Welcome to Fenway Park on this special night. David Ortiz celebrated for his 500 home runs and his career as a member of the Boston Red Sox. Fans have come out early here to the ballpark to check out this ceremony taking place here at Fenway Park. And, of course, the 500th home run taking place on the road in Tampa Bay and St. Petersburg. He would add another in Baltimore against the Orioles. And as it turns out for David, unable to do it at Fenway Park, but off of Matt Moore. And it Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg, Florida. History was made with David's 500th home run. And, of course, he would add one more on that road trip in Baltimore against the Orioles and return home to celebrate that feat with the Fenway faithful here in the Red Sox. And his teammates certainly glad to have this ceremony tonight at Fenway Park. And for David, certainly means a great deal. And certainly he has meant so much to not only the Red Sox, but the community of Boston and the greater Boston area for what he has done here over the years. And tonight we celebrate and recognize his 500th home run.
Certainly great for him, Don, because he would have loved to have done this right here in front of the Fenway fans. But the fact is, it happened on the road. It happened on the last road trip, which we kind of expected it to. And, so now I get a chance to celebrate here at Fenway Park a little bit. And it should be a very nice night for David Ortiz.
Let's join the ceremony right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, a piece of news may have slipped by you on January 22nd, 2003. The glorious Hall of Famer Pedro Martinez had seen that a player he knew well had been released and was there for the taking. Pedro knew his abilities, and Pedro knew his heart. He called the leaders of the Red Sox, and they signed him on that date. And the rest is history. The rest has made history. The rest has given us some of the most jubilant, euphoric, rewarding moments of our lives. With his bat, with his heart, and on occasion with his words, he has lifted the spirits of New England, taking the Red Sox to heights only dreamed of for generations. Defying the skeptics and hushing the critics, he has again enriched us with another banner season. One in which he has achieved the hard-earned distinction of joining a club reserved for the greatest power hitters in the game.
And Big Papi David Ortiz about to lead it off here in the fifth inning. Sitting on 499 home runs. He got 499 back in the first inning. A 3-run shot off of Matt Moore. It's Moore on the mound again here to begin the inning. Ortiz to right field. Back goes Souza. Looking up. It is gone. David Ortiz, the newest member of the 500 Club. Big Papi, the greatest clutch hitter in Red Sox history, adds to his resume with number 500.
Won't you please join us in welcoming the newest member of baseball's 500 Home Run Club, our one and only Big Papi, David Ortiz. Now, David, what you have accomplished with the Red Sox and what you have contributed to our city transcend baseball. And to express appreciation to you for the degree to which you have made our city a better place to live, the Mayor of Boston, the Honorable Martin J. Walsh, will thank you and present you with a gift of gratitude.
I just want to say to Big Papi, thank you for the memories. We look forward to the memories in the future. And I want to proclaim September 21st, 2015 as David Ortiz Day in the city of Boston.
And David, we know that your influence extends far beyond New England. An entire nation full of baseball-loving fans counts you as a national hero. And that is why we received this video message from the Honorable Danilo Medina of your native land, the President of the Dominican Republic.
Hola, buenas tardes, mi estimado amigo David, familiares, directivos y compañeros del equipo Los Medias Rojas de Boston. Con mucha alegría participo del festejo que se ha organizado para celebrar tu hazaña de conectar 500 jonrones que te convierte en el beisbolista de Grandes Ligas número 27 en alcanzar tan codiciada meta y el cuarto dominicano que lo logra. Junto a ti y tu familia, en especial tu padre, celebramos tu grandioso triunfo. La República Dominicana, tu país, está de fiesta, celebrando vibras de orgullo patrio. De corazón pido a Dios que continúes escribiendo páginas de gloria en la historia del béisbol de todos los tiempos. Gracias, David, por regalarnos momentos tan extraordinarios, orgullo del pueblo dominicano. Un abrazo grande y nuestra admiración desde tu patria, la República Dominicana.
David, your manager and coaching staff appreciate you, which has prompted your third base coach, who has shaken your hand on so many of those trips around the bases, to present you with a gift from his beloved state of Maine. Here to deliver a custom-made pair of LL Bean boots is Brian Butterfield. And David, the leaders of this organization have a gift or two for you. Principal owner John Henry, Red Sox Foundation board member Linda Pizzuti Henry, Chairman Tom Werner, President and CEO Larry Lucchino, and Chief Operating Officer Sam Kennedy will now present you with a plaque that chronicles each of your 500 home runs. And yes, we know that you have already passed that number. It is our hope that many years from now you can savor the memory of each of these moments. And on behalf of your teammates and the entire organization, they have one more gift. What do you give to the man who has everything? In a word, more. We know you love cars, and we know you are amassing quite a collection. So in honor of your historic achievement, the Red Sox and Prime Infinity have collaborated to present you with the Ultimate Infinity. It is a fully loaded QX80 limited edition luxury SUV, and like you, it is the top of the line. Infinity is, of course, the official luxury vehicle of the Boston Red Sox. May you enjoy it for years to come in good health and happiness.
Asked a girl what she wanted to be. She said, baby, can't you see? I want to be famous, a star on the screen. But you can do something in between. Maybe you can drive my car. Yes, I'm gonna be a star. Maybe you can drive my car. And maybe I love you.
Incidentally, inside the car are several gentlemen who wanted to share this moment with you. Driven by David Rosenberg of Prime Infinity, they are your teammates for life, your friends for life, and your fellow participants in years of glory. Here to congratulate you in person, welcome Red Sox legends Tim Wakefield, Jason Varitek, and Pedro Martinez.
Before we let David get the mic, first I gotta call Pedro. Pedro, come with me. I'm gonna do it in English, and Pedro's gonna do it in Spanish. We all know David, when he gets the mic, it can be quite comical. For some reason, they chose me to speak on players in the past, players in the present, for David. Or to David. But from all of us, congratulations. You've made all of us proud. Not only did you do it to get to 500, but you did it with the most clutch hits, the clutch home runs in Red Sox history. So please, everybody help me welcome David to the mic, Big Papi.
I thought Pedro was going to say something in Spanish. You screwed that up.
Que Dios te siga bendiciendo y gracias por representarnos a todos y representar a la República Dominicana. Te toca a ti. Te esperamos en el Salón de la Fama. Que Dios te siga bendiciendo.
Well, I'm not much of a talker. Yeah, right. As always, you know, it's more than an honor to be part of this organization. I dream about this organization every day. This organization gives me the opportunity to regroup, to build up my career, and definitely without you guys, the best fans in baseball, I would never get to this number. Thank you to the opposition, Tampa Bay, Devil Ray. Much respect for you guys. Have a lot of friends over there. Wishing you always the best. And thank you, everyone. I mean, like I say, this is an unbelievable honor to be part of the 500 Club. And let's keep on hitting bombs.
Thank you, Big Papi, for lifetimes of moments and memories that we will savor and treasure. May we enjoy many more together in the years to come.
Paradise, yeah, paradise. Now let's go walking hand in hand. Come on, baby, we can.
A pretty special evening here tonight from Fenway Park. 501 home runs, and David looking for another. We come back here to Fenway Park to get it started. Park as the Red Sox wrap up this begin this regular season, wrapping up their last homestand of the year. And, of course, the Red Sox take on the Tampa Bay Rays tonight and begin this last homestand of the season before heading out to take on the Yankees and the Cleveland Indians to wrap up the season. And it was very good to see a lot of David Ortiz's former teammates here, legends Jason Varitek, Tim Wakefield, and, of course, Pedro Martinez, the guy that recommended the Red Sox look into David Ortiz, who was available at the time from the Minnesota Twins.
You think about it, Don, it's quite a story. I mean, you know, letting be let go by the Minnesota Twins and have Pedro call the Red Sox and say, look, you got to sign this guy, you know. And who would have thought at that time, you know, when he came over here, he was not Big Papi. He was, you know, just another player trying to make it to the big leagues, and all of a sudden he gets to this place, and he was not a starting pitcher, a starting player, I should say, right away. And then all of a sudden he took off. And when he took off, he never looked back. So the nice night tonight. Very nice ceremony out there for him. I'm sure much appreciated by David Ortiz.
The Red Sox have taken the field, as has Eduardo Rodriguez. So let's check out the Tampa Bay Rays starting lineup, brought to you by New England Chevy Dealers. Brandon Geyer leading it off in left field with Mikey Matuk in right field batting second, Evan Longoria at third base, Logan Forsythe at second base with Asdrubal Cabrera at shortstop, James Loney at first base bats sixth with Richie Schaefer the DH, Kevin Kiermaier's in center batting eighth, J.P. Arancibia does the catching and bats ninth. Red Sox starting pitcher is presented by your local New England Audi dealers. Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound, his 20th start. He is 9-6 with a 3.74 earned run average. 109 2/3 innings. He has struck out 89, walked 34, and opponents hitting at 253 against Rodriguez. A loss last time out at Baltimore. Went 5 1/3, gave up only the 1 run, 9 strikeouts, but did take the L.
The Red Sox defense is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. They are 10th in the league with 89 errors on the season. Brock Holt will be at third base. Xander Bogaerts to shortstop. Dustin Pedroia at second. And Travis Shaw, the first baseman. Left to right, Rusney Castillo, Jackie Bradley Jr., and Mookie Betts. And Ryan Hannigan doing the catching for Eduardo Rodriguez.
Umpire crew tonight, John Tempane has a plate with James Hoy at first base, Bill Welke at second base, and John Hirschbeck, the crew chief, is at third. Where available, this telecast can be heard in Spanish by selecting the SAP button on your television remote. Enjoy the game.
Buenas noches, amigos.
A little bit on the cool side, feels like fall. 62 degrees to begin the ball game. Breeze in from right at 7 miles per hour, and forecast mostly cloudy for the remainder of the night. Well, the Tampa Bay Rays in town here to begin this series tonight, and Brandon Guyer leading it off here for the Rays. Eduardo Rodriguez ready to work. Red Sox returning home after a lengthy 3-city tour. And the first pitch of the ball game is going to be a little bit high for ball one. Brendan Guyer generally leading off against left-handed pitching. It's the assignment again tonight. 262. 7 homers and 26 runs batted in, and drives one deep and far to left field. And that ball is gone. Up over everything. Brendan Guyer with his 8th home run of the year puts Tampa Bay on top 1-0.
A guy has now only had 2 at-bats in his career against Eduardo Rodriguez, and this being his first hit. 1 for 2, that one hit, the home run, and a long one, too, by Guyer. That wind is blowing in tonight from center field, so that ball was hit very, very well.
So the quick 1-0 Tampa Bay lead, and that'll bring up Mikey Matuk. Right fielder hitting at 289 with 4 homers and 9 runs batted in. Jumping on that first pitch, a 93-mile-an-hour fastball that he fouls off to the right. So a rocky start here for Eduardo Rodriguez. Of course, the night games have been great for Rodriguez. Ground ball up the middle. Bogaerts ranging will have no play. Into a sliding kind of dive and is able to make the catch in his glove, but no throw.
Yeah, see how far he has to go right here to go to his left and make this play. And then, of course, once he goes to the knees, no chance at all to come up and make a play at first base. So the Rays off quickly in this one. The home run, base hit. Still nobody out.
Mikey Matuk with an infield hit and brings up Evan Longoria. 268, 19 homers and 68 runs batted in for Longoria. Go to first, and back to the bag is Matuk.
And Matuk with 3 steals on the season, has been caught 3 times.
Longoria with 3 hits yesterday against the Baltimore Orioles. Finale of that series. Takes the strike over the outside corner. It was a home run away from his 7th 20 home run season. A 1 pitch line towards left center field, and that's going to get down and roll to the track in the wall. Matuk headed for third base and beyond. They're going to try and score him. Throw from short left field is going to be close, and he is safe. So getting in is Matuk, and Tampa Bay takes a 2-0 lead.
That third base coach taking a chance on that with nobody out, but the chance pays off. Here's the relay from Bogaerts out there at shortstop. The throw comes in all the way in the air. The foot comes across the plate, but apparently the hand gets on home plate before the tag. The Red Sox may review this. We'll see. They may challenge it.
I think the hand did get in.
Yeah, I think it did too. I think it was a good call by the umpire.
And now they are going to challenge it, so we'll see. The crew chief is John Hirschbeck. Call made by John Tumpane, the home plate umpire, and they will combine here to check it out again. We'll get another look from a different angle.
See, as soon as Hannigan gets the ball, he gets that foot out there, but I believe the hand got on home plate before the tag did. Look at the third base coach. He's all the way home with the runner.
Want to check on the guy that he sent.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't know which guy to tag.
Yeah. Up close and personal. There he is. It's almost like he was going to slide.
Well, that'd be a first if I ever saw that. I can tell you that.
Well, you never want that first out to be at the plate. No doubt about that. It was an aggressive move to send him, but it does appear that he is in, and that is the call on the field, and we'll see if it's overturned.
And so far, everything they've hit off Rodriguez, too, has been fastballs. A fastball, a guy, a Matuk, and Longoria.
And all solidly hit. It's a very rocky beginning here for Rodriguez. Get another look.
This is probably the best angle right here. Does the hand get there? Or was the hand in the air and the tag made, then the hand on the plate? Very close. Very, very close.
Meanwhile, Eduardo Rodriguez taking some warm-up tosses in the meantime. Is it conclusive enough to overturn? And that is the question, because that's what they'd have to do here in the Red Sox challenge.
Yeah, we looked at it a number of different angles, and the only thing I can say is that, you know, maybe the hand was up in the air above the plate when he was tagged, because very close to that, you know, he put the hand right on the plate. So let's take another look. Is it in the air? Is he tagged? Boy, that is super close.
Well, they're ready to make a call here. And he remains safe, and it is 2-0 Tampa Bay. Red Sox losing their challenge here in the first inning.
So with that, Longoria picks up his 69th RBI of the season.
So Longoria at second base. There's nobody out still, and Tampa Bay already on top, 2-0. Brings up Logan Forsythe, hitting at .283, 17 homers, 63 runs batted in. Forsythe, who has been batting out of the cleanup spot, their second baseman. Pretty versatile guy as he takes a look at ball one. Got a 3-run home run yesterday in the 5th inning against Baltimore. He has established career highs in virtually every offensive category this year and jumps ahead here 2-0. Asdrubal Cabrera waiting on deck. Rays batting here in the first inning, and quite successfully at that. They have scored 2 runs already on 3 hits. Rodriguez falling behind 2-0. And Forsythe with one off the glove of Shaw trickles into short right field. Longoria is going to try and score. He will without a problem, and Tampa Bay jumps out to the 3-0 lead. Another hot shot in this one, grabbing the glove of Shaw at first base.
Yeah, nothing but line drives and the home run right here in the first inning by the Tampa Bay Rays. They've come out swinging the bat. And again, it's been all fastballs from Rodriguez. The fastball again ticks right off the top of the glove of Shaw at first base, and another run home. At least by knocking that down, Shaw keeps the runner at first base.
They're swinging like they know what is coming. In some instances, I know we've talked about tipping pitches before, but right now they're jumping on him in a big way. Here in the first inning, as Asdrubal Cabrera now the batter. And his foul ball back into the right.
Another fastball. Get another first pitch swing.
262, 12 homers, and 49 runs batted in. Shaw holding on. Forsythe at first base. High for a ball, 1-1. Eduardo Rodriguez coming off the loss at Baltimore, going 5 1/3, giving up 1 run. He made 3 straight appearances without giving up a home run until this first inning, allowing a home run to Brandon Guyer, first batter that he faced. Now ground ball towards third base. Brock Holt will go to second base for 1. On to first, and it is in time. Double play. James Hoy, first base umpire, took a good long look before making that call. But around the horn they go. And there are 2 outs in the inning now.
Right, nicely done. I didn't think the Red Sox had a chance at a double play on that.
Kevin Cash taking a look. Checking with his video people back in the clubhouse. See what they want to do. And they are going to take a look.
Wow, two challenges in the first inning. There's the ball bounced to Holt. Once he backed up like that, I didn't think the Red Sox had a shot at the double play. Pedroia very quick around the bag. Let's take another look at the throw. Does it get in the mitt before the foot?
Yep. I think the foot got there first.
Yeah, the foot got there first.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not the
ball in the glove.
The ball, no. Looks like he beat it out. So this looks like it's going to be overturned as it will stand. Forsythe will be out at second base.
Yeah, I think he's safe. And by the way, it was a changeup from Rodriguez, the first one he's thrown tonight. They didn't see the ball not in the glove yet, the front of the foot on the bag.
So indeed safe at first base as Cabrera will be there with 1 down in the inning.
Yeah, they got that right. There's no question about that.
Cabrera at first base with 1 out now, and here is James Loney. 287, 4 homers, 32 runs batted in. Only jumping back out of the way of a pitch that almost got the corner, but called the ball. Former Red Sox first baseman.
James Loney in there tonight against the left-handed starter. 6-game hitting streak that he's on.
He's 1 home run shy of 100 for his career. It's jammed and pops it up, sending Bogarts into shallow left. And Xander is there to make the catch for the second out of the inning. So Cabrera back to the bag at first. So 2-way, and that'll bring up Richie Schaefer as Rodriguez tries to find his bearings here in the first inning. Schaefer at 200, 3 homers and 4 runs batted in. Got our first look at Richie Schaefer in the series in Tampa Bay. He's now played in 23 games, 13 starts. Pretty versatile. 5 at first, 3 as a DH, 3 at third, and 2 in left field. Toss to first and back to the bag is Cabrera.
Cabrera with 6 steals on the season, caught 3 times. Does not run quite as well as he once did.
Fouled off to the right, out of play. Celebrate Big Papi's 500th career home run by getting your official merchandise at BigPapiShop.com. BigPapiShop.com is the official place for everything David Ortiz. One pitch coming up here to Schaefer. Down and in, 1-1.
No slider that time. First slider that Rodriguez has thrown. So 2 off-speed pitches so far in the first inning. A changeup and a slider. Everything else fastballs.
In the air to shallow right. Out goes Pedroia as a few strides on the outfield grass. He'll make the catch to end the inning. Rays scored 3 times against Rodriguez. That has the Rays on top 3-0 before the Red Sox are able to bat here in the bottom of the first inning. Let's check out the Red Sox starting lineup, which tonight is brought to you by your Eastern Hyundai dealers. Now Mookie Betts leading it off in right field with Dustin Pedroia at second base. Xander Bogaerts at shortstop bats third. Big Papi David Ortiz on his night, batting fourth in the DH. Travis Shaw at first base with Rusney Castillo in left field. Brock Holt at third base. Ryan Hannigan does the catching, batting eighth, and Jackie Bradley Jr. in center field bats ninth. The Rays starting pitcher presented by New England Nissan dealers. Chris Archer, his 32nd start of the year, 12-12, good ERA of 2.95. Trying to get up over 200 innings, comes in at 198 and a third, 243 strikeouts. And opponents hitting 212 against Archer. Did lose last time out against the Yankees, 6 innings, giving up 2 runs, struck out 7 along the way.
The Rays defense is brought to you by DraftKings. They are 11th in the league with 90 errors on the season. Evan Longoria will be at third base as Drupal Cabrera, the shortstop. Logan Forsythe at second. And James Loney, the first baseman. Left to right, Brendan Geyer, Kevin Kiermaier, and Mikey Matuk. And J.P. Arencibia doing the catching for Archer.
So Archer posted a 3-0 advantage with his first pitch of the night. And it's in there for strike one to Mookie Betts. Mookie at 287, 15 homers, and 71 runs batted in.
If you watch the game down in Tampa Bay, you know that Archer throws a lot of sliders in a very, very good one. He's got the most strikeouts in Rays history right now at 243. For a season, I should say. Ahead of guys like Scott Kazmir, James Shields, who was over 200 twice, and David Price.
Third in the majors with the 243 strikeouts, trailing Clayton Kershaw and Chris Sale in that category. And see the breakdown for him in his arsenal. Betts will take it high and moves ahead here 3-1. Archer is 3-8 at home with a 3.17 earned run average. As the pitch will miss, and that is ball 4. Betts down to first base. Red Sox getting their first runner on. Well, tonight's Cold Hard Facts are brought to you by Clean, Crisp, Coors Light. Chris Archer's AL ranks this season. Starts, he is first. 5th in ERA at 2.95. Strikeouts second. Chris Sale, as we mentioned, an opponent average. Second at 212 coming into this action tonight. He walks a first batter here in the bottom of the first inning. So lead runner on, and here is Dustin Pedroia. Pedroia hitting under 300 at 296 coming into the ball game tonight. 12 home runs and 42 runs batted in. Dustin thought about it. Did he go? They'll check. No, he did not, says James Hoy.
Good job holding up there by Pedroia. Almost breaking the wrist, but not quite.
9-game hitting streak coming in for Dustin at 357 along the way. 4 doubles, a triple, and 3 home runs. As now Archer having trouble finding the strike zone. He falls behind 3-0.
Yeah, a lot of the fastballs he's throwing right now, he's leaving up in the zone.
Pedroia taking all the way, and he takes strike 1. On deck, Xander Bogaerts with the Red Sox batting here in the bottom of the first inning. There's strike 2, almost the same spot. Fastball again, 93 miles per hour.
Yeah, just about everything away from Pedroia, and this at bat has not left the pitch on the inside part of the plate yet. Going to the slider, it looks like, on the 3-2 count.
And Pedroia lifts a foul ball down the right field line, out of play.
Now Stephen King's in the house tonight, enjoying his 68th birthday. So happy birthday to Stephen King, a big Red Sox fan.
In the dirt, and it gets away. We'll see if Betts can get another base. He rounds second, and no, they'll have to stop him at second base. It'll be first and second, ended up in the seats. So back-to-back walks here allowed by Chris Archer to begin his outing. Well, tomorrow is Fred Lynn bobblehead night at Fenway Park. All fans in attendance receive this special 1975 season bobblehead of the AL MVP presented by Old Dominion Freight Line. Visit RedSox.com for tickets. So 2 on, nobody out here in the first inning, and it brings up Xander Bogaerts. Xander at 322, 6 home runs, 73 runs batted in. Still second in the league behind Miguel Cabrera in batting average. Cabrera hitting at 338 to start the day, with Xander second, batting at 322. And Bogaerts with a swing and a miss. Ball gets away, and the runners are going to advance. So Betts to third, Pedroia to second.
That should go as a pass ball against Aaron Sabia. That ball was certainly one that he could have handled. Gets by him, and 2 men get in the scoring position. There's the slider. Didn't have to go very far for it. Just bounced right out of the glove.
It is a pass ball. Allows Betts to get to third, Pedroia to second base with nobody out. Red Sox trying to answer a 3-run top half of the first inning. And Archer backing off. And now Aaron Seaby out to talk to Archer. Neither starter in this game off to a particularly good start.
No, it looked like Archer accepted a sign. Then once he got to thinking about it a little bit, he didn't want that particular sign. So now they'll try to get on the same page and see what they want to do with Bogaerts.
That's at third, Pedroia at second, nobody out here in the first inning. And a swing and a miss. Xander chases that down and away. 0-2.
That's the nasty slider right there by Archer, keeping it down. Almost out of the strike zone right here to Bogaerts, and a very tough pitch for a right-hander to make contact on.
Archer trying to work his way around. 2 walks in the inning and a pass ball. 0-2. And Xander thought about it, lays off as he stays away again. He's had 19 starts that he's allowed 2 runs or fewer. And remarkably consistent in that regard. Comes in with a 2.95 earned run average. On the ground towards first base. Loney will touch first and then throw to third. And getting back to the bag is Betts. He started to make his way towards the plate. Loney watched it all take place. Tagged the bag at first for the out, and then almost, with a good throw, could have gotten Betts at third base.
Yeah, that's a very good play by James Loney. Right there, he looks to run a back, tags the bag, and then goes across the diamond to try to get Betts. There was no way he was going to get Betts, but he certainly kept him from scoring. Very nice play by Loney.
So second and third, 1 out, and David Ortiz standing in. 270 with 35 home runs, 98 runs batted in. And a foul off to the left out of play. Tonight's key matchup is brought to you by Honda. Start something special with a great deal on a Honda. Career numbers for David Ortiz against Chris Archer: 391, 9 for 23, double, a couple of home runs, and 11 runs batted in. Fans ready for 502. David with 501. Shifting here on Big Papi on the right side of the infield. Outside for ball 1. David 0 for 4 in the ball game yesterday. Ended up going 2 for 13 in that series against the Toronto Blue Jays. Line and caught by Cabrera, and he dives to the bag at second in time to get Pedroia. Works out to be a double play, and Archer gets out of the jam. Little help from his defense. It's 3-0 Tampa Bay. It's a new Audi A3 today. Dunkin' Donuts, America runs on Dunkin'. Toyota's website for deals by Toyota.com. DraftKings, the official daily fantasy partner of your Boston Red Sox. the Kia Sorrento, and by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. First pitch here, the top of the second inning, to Kevin Kiermaier, leading it off with Tampa Bay on top 3-0. And Chris Archer getting out of a mess in the bottom of the first inning. Little help from his friends defensively to get out of that jam.
Yeah, nice play by Asdrubal Cabrera. I mean, a line shot by David Ortiz. Hit very well, a breaking ball, but right at Cabrera, and he turns it into a double play.
Kiermaier with a swing and a miss, and Rodriguez with his first strikeout of the night.
Let's go back and look at that double play. Second and third, there's not much Pedroia can do. I mean, he kind of freezes there. He thinks the ball's going to get over the head of Cabrera, and then both guys sliding for the bag, and Cabrera gets there first. And now the strikeout by Rodriguez as he goes to that slider, and the backside just not into it right there for Kiermaier.
JP Arancibia batting out of the 9th spot, a September call-up, and he's had a pretty good September. 5 home runs, 15 RBIs, 327 average go along with it, and picking up that outside corner is Rodriguez. There's the former Toronto Blue Jay. Now played 20 games with the Rays, and this one fouled off Hannigan, the former Ray. 1-2. Arancibia batting now with Brandon Guyer waiting on deck. He's already homered in this contest tonight. His 8th home run of the year. Late swing and a miss for Arancibia. Back-to-back strikeouts for Eduardo Rodriguez.
Nothing down the middle of the plate there. Everything down and away from Arancibia. You see the first 3 pitches. Now the 4th pitch, the fastball tailing away a little bit off the outside edge and chased by Arancibia.
Mika Insurance, great service, great coverage, and a great price for auto, home, or life insurance. 2 down here in the second. 5 in a row now retired by Rodriguez, and it brings up Brandon Guyer. Home run by Guyer was his 8th of the year and cleared everything in left field. First extra base hit against Rodriguez's changeup since August the 12th. Coming from Alex Spear, the Boston Globe, who will be joining us a little bit later. And the home run for Guyer, his 8th of the year, and with the Rays on top 1-0 at the time, but it is now 3-0 Tampa Bay. And a swing and a miss, 2-2. Two-two pitch, and that is downstairs. Full count. Hasn't walked anybody. Struck out 2 back-to-back here to begin things in the second inning with Mikey Matuk waiting on deck. 30th pitch for Rodriguez, and it's a fly ball foul down the right field line, out of play. Well, don't miss WB Mason Extra Innings live right after the game. TC and Tim Wakefield to break down tonight's game. You'll hear from Eduardo Rodriguez. Whatever, whenever, wherever. Who but WB Mason? 5 in a row retired by Rodriguez. As Brandon Guyer waits on a 3-2 pitch. That is ball 4. Down to first base he goes, and that's the second time that Rodriguez has allowed Guyer to reach in this game.
Now, I've got to correct myself. That first home run I thought was on a fastball, but it was not. Alex Spear was right. It was a changeup. I went back to look at it between at batters, and it certainly was the changeup by Rodriguez. So my bad. Alex is good.
A happy youngster right there. He's got it all going on. Popcorn out of the helmet. Here's Matuk with 2 outs and a runner at first base, and a check on him by Rodriguez. swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. Dyer at first base gains his lead, held on over there by Travis Shaw. Center fielder Bradley Jr. over towards right center. Good sized gap in left center field. Took who singled in the infield in the first inning, scored on a very good slide for the second Rays run. Now a swing and a foul tip makes it 0-2.
Fastball goes upstairs a little bit. Supposed to be away, but it comes up and in, and foul tipped into the glove of Hannigan.
In the dirt, smothered by Hannigan. No advance at first base by Geyer.
Nice job there by Hannigan. Gets that slider down in the dirt, able to keep that ball in front of him, leave the man at first base, especially with 2 outs. Keep him out of scoring position.
To left field, struck well. Castillo going back. It is on the edge of the track as he makes the catch that ends the inning. 1.5 done. It is the Rays on top 3-0. Oh, hello? Okay. Three to nothing, Tampa Bay on top of Boston as we head into the bottom of the second inning. Have a son or daughter who wants to learn more about baseball or the Red Sox? Visit NessonClubhouse.com. It has videos, games, and a whole lot more. It's fun, free, and easy to use. Visit NessonClubhouse.com. On to the bottom of the second inning back at Fenway, and Travis Shaw to lead it off. Yes, he takes strike one. Shaw hitting at .281 coming in and leading it off, followed by Rusney, Castillo, Brock Holt. This is driven deep and far, but foul out ahead.
It's a changeup right there by Archer. As we showed you in his pitch arsenal, does not throw that many. He's basically mostly fastball slider, but that time it is the changeup, and Shaw's out ahead of it. Left it middle of the plate and down.
This one will sail away. They stack it up in the infield now on the shift on the right side here. Do the Rays on Shaw. 1-2 pitch. That is outside. 2-2. Keeping an eye on the Blue Jays and the Yankees in a big battle. Top of the American League East with the Yankees 2.5 games back of the Blue Jays and the ever-changing score. But right now the Jays out to a 3-0 lead, maybe more. There's a ground ball foul.
Was it 2 days ago down when we were leaving there? The Red Sox beat the Toronto Blue Jays. We were following some fans out of the ballpark, and this one guy was very angry over that loss. Remember that?
Yes, he was. Yeah. He was very angry with the setup guy and the closer.
The setup guy, the closer. It doesn't matter. We're going to get knocked out in the first round anyway, if we get there.
Unbelievable.
He was really upset, and we had to listen to this all the way down the hallway.
There's ball 4 and a leadoff walk for Shaw. So walks have been a problem for Archer out of the gate. That is now 3 walks. Well, hey, Red Sox Nation, start earning rewards for every dunk and run. Enroll any DD card online at ddperks.com. The Red Sox run on Duncan. Now, the hallway you're talking about is really long. I mean, it is like, we walk forever before we get to the end of that hallway.
But he went the whole way.
The whole way. He was upset.
I figured it out. He had a Reyes shirt on, so he's angry that the Reyes got traded. That's the problem. That was his problem.
And Rusney Castillo, the batter, and he takes ball 1. Castillo getting the start in left field, continuing to play in left field on a daily basis, and has to man the wall here at Fenway Park. And continuing in right field is Mookie Betts, and more of a challenge for him now being at home in right field as he started on the road in right field for the Red Sox. Now Tony Lavello and Dave Dombrowski getting a chance to have Mookie Betts play on a regular basis at Fenway, which is certainly much more challenging than most places in right field.
A lot more room to cover, that's for sure.
Outside, and it's 3-0. Brock Holt waiting on deck. And that is ball 4. Down to first base goes Rusney. How about this? Back-to-back walks in the first, then in the second. Repeats it. Recipe for disaster for Archer. MLB.TV Premium is the #1 live streaming sports service. Watch every out-of-market game live or on demand in True HD on over 400 mobile and connected devices. Visit MLB.TV for details. So 2 on, nobody out. And it brings up Brock Holt. Third baseman hitting at .282. 2 homers and 40 runs batted in. Missing for ball 1 is Archer. Looking back over his walks, most in an outing. He has walked 4. He did that against the Mets back on August the 9th. But tonight he has walked 4 in an inning plus. Career high is 5 for Archer.
Does not have a strikeout yet in this game. Had 8 strikeouts last time he faced the Red Sox.
Line foul sharply back into the crowd. Archer against Boston, just 1-6 with a 5.47 earned run average, 10 career appearances, all starts. Take into account that he came into this game without having thrown a pitch yet, had a 3-0 advantage going into the bottom of the first inning. Fortunate to get out of the first unscathed. Now Holt, it's a ground ball to shortstop. Cabrera will touch second, throw to first for double play. So the second double play turned by the Rays in 2 innings as Shaw takes third.
Now look how Archer went about getting Brock Holt. Starts him off with 3 fastballs. A fastball that's going to miss outside. He comes back with a fastball that's going to be a strike. Then a fastball fouled off, and then he goes to his breaking ball, the slider, and that's where he gets the ground ball to shortstop for the double play. One and down for Roger. Go to that slider.
Well, he's up over 200 innings now. First time in his career. Started the game 198. 2 down. Shaw at third base. And here's Ryan Hannigan, who takes a look at strike one. Get a 254, 2 homers and 16 runs batted in. Shaw gaining his lead at third base. Red Sox left Mookie Betts at third base in the first inning. Broken back grounder to third. Longoria's got it. His throw in plenty of time, and again Archer works his way around 2 walks in an inning. It's 3-0 Tampa Bay. The top of the third. Let's send it down to Garen Austin.
Thanks, Don. I'm here with David Rosenberg. He is CEO of Prime Motor Group. David, what was it like to be on the field, part of the pregame ceremony commemorating David Ortiz's 500th home run tonight?
It was totally surreal. I mean, I'm sitting in the car with Pedro, Jason Varitek, Tim Wakefield's in the back seat, and I'm driving in the warning track of Fenway Park, and all in celebration of a big puppy, obviously. It was a very surreal moment. It was a lot of fun. I was just nervous. I didn't want to drive in the grass or hit the green monster or anything, but it was a lot of fun. It was great.
We did a great job. Don, back to you.
All right, Garen, thanks very much. A very special ceremony here at Fenway Park prior to the ball game, and it's always good to see Jason Varitek, Tim Wakefield, who we see a lot of, and of course Pedro Martinez as the pitch framed there by Hannigan, but it misses outside. Evan Longoria leading it off here in the top of the third inning. Longoria, Forsythe, and Cabrera expected in the inning. That tailing fastball, 94, missing away. Longoria looking for his 20th home run, 19 on the year, 69 RBIs. And a foul back and out of play, full count. DraftKings.com is paying out over $300 million this baseball season. DraftKings has given out $34 million to Boston residents alone since the site launched. Get your free entry into a one-day fantasy baseball contest today using promo code NESSON. Grounder softly in towards third. Brock Holt races in, and his throw in time to get Longoria. And of course, Holt at third base again tonight. Pablo Sandoval sent home today after he got to the ballpark and still under the weather. He'd been sick in Toronto all weekend, played yesterday, and it seems like it kind of set him back.
Yeah, he didn't look too good when he came into the clubhouse today, and you could tell right away when he sat in his front of his locker that he would not be available for this ball game tonight. I think they sent him home to keep him away from everybody else. Don't need that spreading around, even with a couple of weeks left.
And one down for Logan Forsythe, who singled to right field to drive in a run in the first inning. Now takes a pitch in the dirt. Well, we've seen this before from Eduardo Rodriguez, who has at times been roughed up early in outings, kind of settling in, not letting it ruin the outing entirely. And he's pitched better since the first inning in what was a quick start for Tampa Bay.
Yeah, a little more of that in the last couple of innings. Pitches on the corners from Rodriguez.
Runs it down and in, 2-1. Two strikeouts, a walk so far for Rodriguez. All three of those Rays runs coming in the first inning. As Forsythe hits it on the ground to Xander Bogaerts. And there are 2 outs here in the third inning.
Let's go back to the first inning and show you how they scored quickly. Gaia with a home run to start the ball game off. Longoria with a double. That's going to drive in a run, and then Forsythe also picks up a base hit. That one going off the glove of Travis Shaw. That brings in another run, and 3 quick ones to start this game off for Tampa Bay.
Kevin Cash's team with a 3-0 advantage. 2 down here in the third inning. Brings up as Drupal Cabrera. Cabrera reaching on a fielder's choice. In there for a strike, 1-1. Game 149 of the year for the Red Sox tonight. Beginning of the last homestand of 2015 for the Red Sox. Fly ball out to right field. Betts moving over, and Mookie will make the catch for the third out of this top of the third inning. 2.5 done, 3-0 Tampa Bay. Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Now back at Fenway Park, playing along to the bottom of the third inning. It is 3-0. Jackie Bradley Jr. leading it off here for the Red Sox. Alex Spear of the Boston Globe steps in with us here for the bottom of the third inning. And Alex, welcome back as always.
Thanks so much. Good to see you guys.
We're talking a little bit about Mookie Betts now playing right field and having the chance to do that at the end of the year as the Red Sox try to figure out their outfield for the future. And certainly Fenway Park poses quite a challenge for him.
Although one that's not unfamiliar. You'll recall that, of course, he spent some time here last year playing in right field and actually, did pretty well. He showed range and showed just the ability to use his athleticism to go get the ball even if he didn't have a true initial read. But now he's kind of honed those outfielder instincts. He did play outfield in high school, but that was almost exclusively center field. Last year was the first time he had ever played right field in his life. And that was a real adaptation on the fly. Here you go, a few games in Pawtucket, and go get him in Fenway Park. Actually, that first series that he came up for, he was playing right in Yankee Stadium, and I think he had one notable misplay on just a misread on a ball, but also had a couple of really nice catches. And what that shows is consistent with what Mookie Betts has shown so many times, which is that he's not afraid to make mistakes while he's figuring things out on the fly. That's part of the reason why he's so fun and so explosive on the field. He's not going to just take the conservative approach to playing right field. He's going to try to make a really good catch, and sometimes that might result in misplays, but he'll learn quickly from those. And based on what we've seen in terms of his aptitude going over into center field, you have to think that there's a pretty good chance that between that and what he's shown in right field last year, that he's got a pretty good shot to be good at just about anything he does.
Yeah, I guess the biggest question I have about him in right field is his throwing arm. I mean, his throwing arm has improved as an outfielder. There's no question about that. A former infielder, it takes a while to gain that arm strength, and that to me is the biggest thing, because you got to throw guys out at third base to stop them going first to third. Stuff like that, and plus playing in the big outfield here in Fenway, especially for 81 games, that's a tall task.
You're absolutely right, and especially here. I think that the variable would be, basically anywhere except here. If you have Jackie Bradley Jr., it's a no-brainer. Jackie Bradley Jr. is in center field, Mookie Betts is in right field, end of story. Here, it's so cavernous when you're looking at right field, and the throw is such a big one that you have to be able to make, that you saw the difference that it made with a guy like a Shane Victorino, and how the ability to control that extra 90 feet was an absolute difference maker for the Red Sox. J.D. Drew showed something similar when he was with the Red Sox. That ability to have a good, strong, accurate throwing arm in right field at Fenway, the demand for it is different than it is in like Camden Yards, when you have a glorified infielder's arm that's able to get the ball in back to the bases it has to go. So there are some different variables that are in play for the Red Sox. They've long talked about the need to have two center fielders playing the outfield, one for center field, one for right field. They will have that. The only question is, how are they going to have that configuration? Which one of them is going to be in center? Which one is in right, seemingly?
Heads up, Alex.
I'll leave that for Jerry.
This one is back and right in front of us.
We were spared embarrassment.
Yeah. It's okay letting in another booth. I have no problem with that.
3 balls, 2 strikes here to Mookie Betts with 1 out. And Archer, who had walked 2 in the first, walked 2 in the second, but has not given up a run. And now another walk. That is 5 walks given up by Archer. That ties a career high in walks.
I think that's the 5th time he's done that, and hadn't done that this year. Although in his last start, he was starting to lose the strike zone. I think he gave up 4 walks in his previous outing. But man, Archer's stuff is so electric. He's such an interesting case study in how you go about getting that kind of top of the rotation guy. The Rays did such a good job of identifying him 5 years before he's kind of flourished into this all-star caliber performer when he was coming over from the Cubs in the Matt Garza deal.
The Betts broke right away on a ball in the dirt, and it gets away, but it'll be backed up and able to take second base. No hesitation at all. Red Sox have gotten very good at that.
Yeah, they've been trained exceptionally well in doing this. When the ball hits the dirt, it's very few times does the catcher come up clean with it. And if you get that good jump at first base, you're going to be safe for 95% of the time. It's very rare that a ball bounces and the catcher makes a clean play on it.
That was, the difference in the 2013 ALCS, quite honestly. The fact that the Red Sox took advantage of those little cracks. Every time they saw a dirt ball, Mike Napoli, we remember him flying around the bases. It's funny to say flying around the bases with a guy like Napoli, but, that ability, that kind of, go mentality in a low-scoring environment can really make such a huge difference.
You were talking about Chris Archer being a frontline pitcher. Do you think the frontline pitcher thing is on list number one for Dave Dombrowski this offseason?
Well, he had a recent interview with my colleague Peter Abraham at the Boston Globe, in which he said that the biggest challenge facing the Red Sox is probably the bullpen. And when you think about the sheer volume of inventory that they need in order to get those 3 to 4 innings, those 9 to 12 outs at the end of the game, you understand where he's coming from in saying that, with especially because right now Junichi Tozawa is shut down. You assume that he's going to be good coming back, but maybe there's some wear and tear that's going to exist there that may be a bit of an impediment. Same thing with Koji Uehara, great track record, but he's coming back from an injury that creates some uncertainty going forward.
To the backhand at shortstop, Cabrera's throw is in time to get Pedroia for the second out.
But beyond that, I think that there's little question that the Red Sox really could use that guy who's the proverbial alpha dog of a rotation. Someone, that was a term that Peter Gammons threw out today. Someone who can really just give you a reliable, elite 200 innings. Someone who's going to be, if not an all-star caliber performer, something close to it. A clearly above-average pitcher. Right now, they have guys who have shown that kind of ceiling at times, but they don't have that established floor of someone who's a big league starter who's capable of giving you 200 innings of above average performance. And they need to have that reliability as an anchor, especially as they start to get to the point where they will want to make that march into October. You look at the teams that have had success in the postseason recently. In the year that John Lester, was leading the Red Sox in 2013, he had a total of, I think, about 250 innings pitched between the regular season and postseason. Madison Bumgarner felt like he threw about 600 innings, old Hoss Radburn style last year. Might have come up a little bit short of that, but you need that guy who's going to be able to give you not just 200, but in the end 250. And that's something that, even as you look at some talented young Red Sox pitchers, none of them have shown that capacity yet.
I was talking with DeMarlo Hale when we were up in Toronto, the bench coach for the Blue Jays, and he said what a difference it made when they got David Price. He said, we never had that front line number one guy, and he said now we've got him. He says you just don't go into losing streaks when you got a guy like that. So I think it's so important to have that number one guy that you can run out there every fifth day, that the team knows and has confidence that you're going to be able to win.
And the guy who wants the ball in those circumstances as well. That can act as a great tone setter. And those guys also tend to be the leaders who help to instill the right kind of values in the rest of the pitching staff. Chris Archer is someone who just raves about David Price and the impact that he had in terms of putting him in the right place, from his work ethic, his approach to attacking hitters, showing him the right way to become eventually more or less Price's successor as the leader of the Rays staff.
Do you have a feel one way or another whether we will see Hanley Ramirez again this season?
I don't. The longer that it lasts, the more skeptical we become, obviously, because we're getting down to the nitty-gritty when we're looking at only 14 games left. But Torey Lovullo said that he's getting closer and closer to being ready to take the field. His defensive work at first base is starting to look pretty decent, I think, in the stuff that they're doing, the drill work that they're doing before games, but that's a different matter than during games.
Well, Xander Bogaerts strikes out to end the inning. Ends our conversation with Alex Spear. As always, Alex, thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Great to see you guys.
Alex.
Lead it off here for the Rays. Loney, Schaefer, and Kiermaier to bat in the inning. And a first pitch strike from Eduardo Rodriguez. Gave up all 3 runs that the Rays have in the first inning. First 3 batters reached, in fact, and they ended up all scoring. Loney backs up with a fastball down and in. Eduardo Rodriguez had a 1-2-3 third inning. Second time that he has faced Loney, get him to pop out to the shortstop, Xander Bogaerts, in the first inning. And a foul off to the left out of play. On deck, Richie Schaefer with the Rays batting here in the 4th inning. Center fielder Jackie Bradley Jr. well into left center. Really straightaway center wide open for Loney as he fires one foul off to the left out of play.
Yeah, there's a lot of green out there between Jackie Bradley Jr., Mookie Betts, and that foul line down the right field line.
Let me ask you this. You see that? Does your approach change at all at the plate?
You try to sometimes, but it doesn't generally work.
He sends a fly ball right where the defender was. Jackie Bradley Jr. a little further into left center now, but he makes the catch. Positioned perfectly. By putting people and communities first, Eastern Bank helps make good things happen. Watch how good things are happening to local people at easternbank.com/goodthingshappen.
Let's put it this way, Don. You know, you envision a ball running to the 420 when you see them all piled over to the one side like that, but it doesn't usually happen that way. You know, there's a reason they're there.
Well, that's exactly what just happened. A fly ball out to her, Jackie Bradley Jr. close to where he was, and not close to all that open space in right center. Richie Schaefer now the batter, and he'll take strike 1. Schaefer popped out to the second baseman Dustin Pedroia in the first inning. 0 for 1. And Schaefer gets hit. Breaks up a string of 5 in a row retired by Rodriguez.
That slided down and in gets Schaefer. It looks like on the right foot. It does. And he'll make. There's no way he could go on a pitch like that. Breaking ball down and in right at the foot. All he can do is try to jump over it.
1 out, 1 on for Kevin Kiermaier, struck out swinging in the second inning. A little bit low for ball 1. Rocco Baldelli, first base coach for the Rays, checked in with Schaefer, now gains his lead. Swing and a miss. Rocco, of course, playing for both the Rays and the Red Sox, the Rhode Island native. Well, the coaching staff here for Tampa Bay. Kiermaier, late defensive swing, fouls it off to the left out of play. Your next fill-up could be free with Gulf Oil's new rewards program, Power Points. Visit GulfPowerPoints.com to sign up and start earning free gas. It's that easy.
Now, last time Rodriguez had Kiermaier in this situation, 2 strikes, he threw him a slider way off the plate, and he chased it. Let's see if he goes back to it. Fastball away.
And a fly ball to left field. Castillo positioned perfectly. Comes in a few steps. Wynn knocks it down, but makes the catch for the second out of the inning. And Schaefer back to the bag at first. Kiermaier retired.
Well, Rodriguez called that one because at first Hannigan wanted to go fastball inside. He shook off the breaking ball away and then wanted the fastball away. And that's exactly where he got it and got that fly ball to left field. So struck him out with the breaking ball, got him to fly out with the fastball, both away.
2 down, Schaefer at first. Here's JP Arancibia, struck out swinging in the second inning. That's a ground ball through the left side into left field, a base hit. Sounded towards the end of the bat, and Arancibia has got himself a single, and the Rays have 2 on with 2 down.
Sounded like a broken bat from Arancibia. It's going to be a fastball here from Rodriguez, as you can see, and right toward the end of the bat. It just sounded like it cracked in his hands. But if it is a broken bat, it leaves in a good way with a base hit. Oh, yeah, you can see some wood shatter right off that.
Well, you could on your monitor. I couldn't quite make it out on my monitor. 2 on, 2 down as Brandon Guyer stands in on the right side. There's a liner that is caught at second base by Pedroia and puts an end to the top of the 4th inning. Rays have a 3-0 lead. Up for a free checking account with Eastern Bank and get $100. Just text money to 36698. It's on to the bottom of the 4th inning back at Fenway Park. 3-0 Tampa Bay on top. Got his glove ready to go. Waiting for a foul ball as David Ortiz stands in to begin things here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Red Sox having a lot of chances against Archer in this game, but unable to score as they have received 5 free passes from Archer in the first 3 innings. 5 walks, 2 in the first, 2 in the second, 1 in the third, and none of them have turned into runs. In fact, the Red Sox do not have a hit as they bat here in the 4th inning. Up and away for ball 2, 2-0. David lined into a double play in the first inning. Rays have turned 2 double plays. As you see, they are currently in the shift. Tonight's poll question is presented by the Scion TC. Which is your favorite attribute of David Ortiz? Sox 1 for his clutch ability, Sox 2 for his community involvement, Sox 3 for his leadership, Sox 4 for his swagger. Text your answer to 536-536. Message and data rates may apply. 1 message per vote. Visit NESN.com/terms for terms and conditions as well as privacy policy.
I think that's an easy one.
And so far, the fans do too.
I wouldn't agree with the fans.
You're not
on
agreeing
that.
with the fans. You're against it.
No, not that he doesn't do anything for community.
Popped up short right.
Clutchability.
Forsythe is there, and he makes the catch. The first out of the fourth inning.
I mean, all you got to think of is those playoffs, right? I mean,
absolutely.
Wow, that's clutch.
One down here in the fourth, and it brings up Travis Shaw. Shaw walked in the second inning. Again, 5 walks on the night for Archer.
By the way, you were getting on my monitor as we went to break, and I want you to know, and everybody else to know, that I purchased this monitor with my money.
Your cash?
My cash, yes. That's why my monitor is bigger than yours.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
I mean, it's enormous. I have this little monitor that they give me here that is, I did not pay for. It's very nice. It's taped together. And then there's your monitor, which is like a display table. It's like a drive-in movie.
I'll tell you, honestly, if I could get a 60-inch monitor in here, I would. But this is about as big as I will fit in the booth.
Yes.
So
it's enormous.
And come Sunday, we had a little monitor issue today, and Joe Stafford took care of it. It took him about an hour.
Yeah.
And it was like wide.
Yeah.
It was like a wide screen. It was weird.
Oh, stretched?
Stretched.
Yeah.
And he got that fixed. Anyway, Sunday, he's taking this home with him.
For the off season?
For the off season, so nobody will take it. Because I don't have confidence. I think that if I left this in the truck,
I don't think it'd be there. Gone.
It would be gone next year. Then I'd have to buy another one.
Exactly.
So it's going to go home with Joe Stafford because I trust Joe, and I know it's going to be good hands.
This is down the line on a fair ball off the bat of Shaw. Heading over to try to pick it up. Matuk is heading for second base. Is Shaw? He'll get there. It's a 1-out double.
Now Shaw is now hit in 4 straight games. He's 7 for his last 12.
That's the first hit of the night for Boston. Comes here in the fourth inning.
It's a breaking ball and takes it right down that first base line. A dive by Loney at first base, but he can't come up with it. Gets by him, and Shaw ends up in scoring position at second.
One out, runner at second base brings up Rusney Castillo. Walked in the second inning, one of the 5 walks given up by Archer. Kiermaier, center fielder, over towards right center field. Castillo grounds one towards Forsythe at second base. Took a look at third, but then fires to first for the shore out as Shaw takes third base. Well, tomorrow at 6, don't miss. Red Sox first pitch presented by Joseph Abboud, available at Men's Warehouse. DC and Tim Wakefield will be joined by Red Sox President of Baseball Operations, Dave Dombrowski, live on Yawkey Way. So 2 down, Travis Shaw at third base, and it brings up Brock Holt. Holt grounded into the 6-3 double play in the second inning. One of 2 double plays turned by this Rays defense. The Red Sox left Betts at third base in the first inning. They left Shaw at third base in the second inning. Left Mookie Betts at second base in the third, and now Shaw's at third with 2 down. Archer has been working without a net all night. The 0-1.
Dropped that one out there a couple of times.
Late in the season.
Yeah. He waited until the last month of the season and dropped without the net out there.
Yeah. He's working without a net.
I didn't even know you had that one.
Yeah, I didn't either. The 1-1 in the dirt, and it's picked by Aaron Sebia.
Nice block there by Aaron Sebia. Saves a run. Ball gets by him. Shaw probably scores. There's the slider again, and this time Aaron Sebia down, expecting the ball down on the ground and able to block it.
Shaw gaining his short lead off third base. Holt cranks it foul. Back into the grandstand. Off to the left. Still stretching out that shoulder blade. And it has been a problem for him. He's been getting some spasming upper back a little bit. We saw that. Two balls, two strikes. And jumps back out of the way of what could have been strike three, but called the ball.
There's been a couple of this inning for Archer. One to David Ortiz, and now this one to Brock Holt. He thought he had the inside corner, and both were very close.
Oh, at 97 miles an hour. '75th pitch for Archer. And it is into center field, a base hit for Brock Holt. From third comes Travis Shaw. The Red Sox are on the board. It's now 3-1 Tampa Bay. Red Sox finally getting to Archer, and this time it's a 2-out RBI single for Brock Holt.
And Archer's still frustrated with the fact that the pitch previous to this was not called a strike. Now he comes out over the middle on the 3-2 count, and up the middle goes Holt for the base hit. Brock Holt picks up his 41st RBI of the season.
So two down, Holt at first base, and here comes Ryan Hannigan. Hannigan with 2 home runs and 16 RBIs.
There's a pitch that Archer thought he had for strike 3 on the inside part of the plate, not called. And then the very next pitch taken up the middle for the base hit.
Archer wants a new baseball. Worst against any of the 10 teams that he's faced at least 5 times. Alex Spear of the Boston Globe checking in on the Archer ERA at 5.47 against the Red Sox. We'll get to him for a run here finally in the 4th inning tonight. Hannigan will take a ball high, 1-1. And again grounding out to third base, Evan Longoria in the 2nd inning. Swing and a miss. Big cut there. Only 1 strikeout tonight for Archer. He has walked 5. As you saw Jackie Bradley Jr. on deck for Boston here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Swing and a foul tip. A piece of Aaron Sebia.
As that slider again, and a very good one, one that's very tempting to swing at, and just right off the edge of the bat of Ryan Hannigan.
'80th pitch now for Archer. And it's strike 3. Hannigan knew it. Takes with him the 2nd strikeout for Archer. Red Sox get a run. 3-1 Tampa Bay.
To the runway event at Saks Fifth Avenue. 14 Red Sox wives modeled fall fashions for 170 guests, including several Red Sox players who were in attendance to support their wives. The event raised approximately $50,000 for the Red Sox Foundation. Don?
Thanks, Karen. There's a 3-1 lead here for Tampa Bay. Into the 5th inning we go. Red Sox getting on the board with their first hit and first run in the bottom of the 4th. Nicky Matuk leading it off here in the 5th inning. Evan Longoria, then Logan Forsythe. Bouncing in for ball 2, 2-1. Eduardo has not given up a hit since the first inning. And he gave up 4 of them in that first inning and 3 runs, and they came quickly. This one is fouled off over by the Red Sox dugout. Well, tonight's suits are designed by Joseph Abood, custom made in the USA, of fine Italian fabrics available at Men's Warehouse. Took a singled in the infield to short and flied out to the warning track in left field. Waiting on a 2-2 pitch. Fouled off to the right. And Blue Jays holding on to a 3-0 advantage over the Yankees tonight. They're in the 5th inning from the Rogers Center. Inside, and Matuk almost got hit by that pitch. Rodriguez hitting Richie Schaefer last inning. Evan Longoria waiting on deck. Rays batting here in the 5th inning. Payoff pitch. And Matuk off balance, badly fooled, strikes out. 3rd K for Rodriguez.
A very good changeup that time by Rodriguez. Certainly not expecting that on the 3-2 count. Doing a very good job now of mixing up his pitches, hitting corners, and much different than back in the first inning.
One down here in the 5th, and it brings up Evan Longoria. He doubled and drove in a run as part of that 3-run first inning for Tampa Bay. Grounded out to Brock Holt at 3rd base in the 3rd inning. Well, 5 innings pitched for Rodriguez against Tampa Bay back on July 31st at Fenway. Gave up 3 runs on 6 hits. The liner to center field and over to play it is Bradley Jr. And it back in quickly. It is a 1-out single for Evan Longoria, who has his 2nd hit of the ball game. So Longoria at first with 1 down here in the 5th, and it brings up Logan Forsythe. A single to right field in the first inning to drive in a run. Grounded out to shortstop in the 3rd. Longoria held on by Shaw. 1 out here in the inning. And Forsythe will take a pitch outside. Bogart's in to briefly say something. Back to his spot at shortstop. .2-0 from Rodriguez, and that is going to miss. Pretty good pitch.
Yeah, it looked like a real good pitch down in the strike zone. Right about knee high, but not getting the call on the 2-0 count.
Same spot, and it's ball 4. So it wasn't a strike the first time, not the second time either. And there's the second walk allowed by Rodriguez. 2 on with 1 away. Another good pitch.
Yeah, and Ryan Hannigan asking the home plate umpire, where are those last 2 pitches? You'll see him turn around and talk to him and questioning where those pitches were.
Two on, 1 away. There's Drupal Cabrera, the batter, 0 for 2. He'd shown a fielder's choice in the first. Flight out to right in the third. 75th pitch coming up here for Rodriguez with 1 out in the 5th. And Cabrera fouls it back. Will get immediate care without leaving the ballpark at the Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center First Aid Station beyond Section 12 on the lower concourse. BIDMC is the official hospital of the Boston Red Sox. Two on, 1 away. There's Drupal Cabrera batting, 0 for 2 in the game. It's Longoria at second, Forsythe at first. And Cabrera lines out to second base. Pedroia took a look, but no chance for Shaw to get over to first base to double off Forsythe, but they'll take out number 2.
A very soft line drive out to Pedroia, so that gave the runners a chance to get back. If the ball set a little bit harder, they may have the double play, but when Pedroia looked to first base, Shaw was also behind the runner, so Cabrera a little bit angry with that at bat too.
Frustrated as Drupal Cabrera is out number 2 of the inning. Here's James Loney, who's 0 for 2 in the ball game. He has popped out to short, flied out to center. Only playing in his 94th game of the year. Got in tight on him there, and he grounds it foul. .200 plate appearances as a minimum. He ranks second toughest in the American League to strike out. Keeping score here at Fenway Park. Right into the 5th inning with 2 down and 2 on. Doing a good job out there in the monster seats. Got the great ledge to work there. A little desk space. The 1 pitch on the ground right side. Pedroia fields and throws. And Rodriguez out of a 5th inning jam. Let's take a look at the Red Sox box score. The Scion TC. Digital Federal Credit Union. See what DCU can save you. And by Uno's, committed to the craft of pizza since 1943. Bottom of the 5th inning. Jackie Bradley Jr. The swing and a miss for strike one. Archer back on the hill. That was pitch 81 for Chris Archer. Bradley getting his second look at Archer tonight. Flied out to center field, and Kevin Kiermaier in the 3rd inning. This one back at Archer. He'll field and throw. One of the first out here at the bottom of the 5th inning. Bradley Jr. 0 for 2 in the game. Visit Jordan's Furniture and discover Sunbrella. Fade and stain resistant fabrics for carefree enjoyment year after year. Available in hundreds of durable fabrics so you can enjoy your furniture for years to come. Don't worry, be happy with Sunbrella fabrics at Jordan's Furniture. Visit jordans.com for details.
Hey, you can really clean that Sunbrella stuff good too.
Really?
Yeah, you get anything on it, it cleans right up nice.
Year after year.
Yeah.
One down here in the 5th as Mookie Betts stands in.
Matter of fact, you should dress in Sunbrella because you get food all over you all the time.
Every day. It is a battle every day to keep me and my ties from getting completely stained.
You should do what I do. Just don't put it on until it's time to go on TV.
I like to be ready early, though. I mean, I show up ready to go. I got my gamer on when I get here. This is popped up, foul off the first base side. Loney will watch that go into the seats.
Yeah, you look good all decked out in Sunbrella, whatever it is.
Yeah, year after year.
You get your spaghetti all over your shirt. You can just wipe it up and you're ready to go.
We have to talk to Joseph Abu to see if he has any Sunbrella fabrics from Italy. Do they have that? Italian fabrics and Sunbrella?
Yeah, but it's made in the United States.
I know it is, but the fabrics are from Italy.
Right.
So we'll have to check on that. I'll see if he has
you will get a text from him soon. To
yes.
Find out.
See if he has any Sunbrella wear. 1-2 pitches up and in.
I really don't think I've ever met anybody who does get as much stuff on their clothing, food especially, as you do.
It always lands on my boiler. It's like a shelf.
It's unbelievable.
It's always... This is a liner to center. Kiermaier's out there waiting, and he puts it away. With the second out of the 5th inning. We'll see Dennis Leary, Jimmy Fallon, Stephen Wright, and more. The 21st annual Comics Come Home at the TD Garden on Saturday, November the 7th. Proceeds benefit the Cam Neely Foundation for Cancer Care. For tickets, visit Ticketmaster.com. 2 down here in the 5th inning for Dustin Pedroia, who has walked in, grounded out to shortstop. Again, Archer wanting a new baseball, gets one. Guess it's a feel thing. He has tossed back quite a few throughout the night to the home plate umpire.
That's also a little bit cooler tonight than what we've had, too. A little bit more difficult to get a grip on a baseball.
Fastball right down the middle that time at 95. Now it's got a hint of fall in the air here tonight. A little high, 1-1. And the fans dressed accordingly at Fenway Park tonight. '90th pitch for Archer. And Archer upset with himself, missing off the outside edge. 2-1. He's scoring 3 times in the first. Red Sox getting their run in the 4th inning, and remains 3-1 Rays. Chopped off the plate and towards shortstop. It is going to be Longoria, and the transfer drops the ball. He really had the only chance, cutting in front of Cabrera at shortstop, and unable to make the play as Pedroia reaches.
Yeah, if he comes up clean with that, he's got a good chance of getting Dustin at first base. But as you'll see right there, as he tries to be quick, he just can't get a grip on the baseball. He knew he had to be quick, and that's one of the reasons it probably popped out right there in the heel of the glove to the throwing hand and out.
So 2 down. Pedroia reaching at first base gives Xander Bogaerts a chance. So far 0 for 2 tonight against Archer. He is grounded out to first and struck out swinging. as he takes strike one. David Ortiz coming out on deck. There are 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. In the dirt and blocked by Aaron Sebia. Red Sox held to 3 hits by Archer, but he has walked quite a few in this game. 5 walks the first 3 innings. None of those walks led to runs. Xander fouls it off to the right, out of play. Tied a career high in walks allowed, did Chris Archer. One-two pitch. And he comes inside and just misses.
Last pitch not a strike. This one was a little bit inside. The one's last inning could have been called strikes, but not that time.
Bogarts with a swing and a miss. It gets away a long way from Aaron Sebia. And Xander will reach at first base. To second base goes Pedroia.
Now Archer throws a very good slider right here that the Bogarts is going to chase, but then it bounces before it gets to Aaron Sebia, deflects off him, and Bogarts will make that run down to first base.
Jim Hickey, the pitching coach, out there to talk to Archer here.
That's big for the Red Sox. It gets Ortiz to the plate with a couple of men on.
Had Bogart struck out, but on the wild pitch it gets away, and it is first and second now with 2 down. Wednesday marks the halfway point of St. Patrick's Day, and we'll be celebrating at Fenway. Join us for the festivities, including Irish step dancers at the gates. Limited tickets are available at redsox.com/Irish. 2 outs, 2 on, and Big Papi coming up as Jim Hickey back to the dugout. Pitching line for Chris Archer, brought to you by Lexus. 4 2/3, 3 hits, a run. He has walked a career high 5 and struck out 2. 96 pitches deep into his outing. So far, we have not seen any action in the Rays pen. Third at bat of the night for Ortiz. And David takes strike 1. Roy at second base, Bogarts at first. He's shifting here on him. Ortiz grounds it foul. He's out ahead of that. It's headed in. Stay tuned for Red Sox Final, presented by Uno's. TC and Tim Wakefield will recap tonight's ceremony honoring David Ortiz and his 500th career home run. Ortiz grounds it sharply to Asdrubal Cabrera, the shortstop, who throws to first base to retire Ortiz. Red Sox strand a pair, trail 3-1 through 5. to the Red Sox Foundation, and Jim Holtzman from Ace Ticket presented his check for the foundation before tonight's game. I want to thank Jim for his charitable efforts and for being a great partner of NESA. Top of the 6th inning, 3-1. Tampa Bay on top of Boston. Richie Schaefer, Kevin Kiermaier, and J.P. Arancibia bat here in the 6th inning, bottom third of the Rays order. Action for the Rays for the first time tonight. Eddie Romero warming in the pen. Saw Romero a couple times in the series in St. Petersburg. Red Sox are in Tampa Bay. Eduardo Rodriguez really has been very good since the first inning. And works here in the 6th inning, having given up those 3 runs in the first. But settling down. Schaefer, it's a ground ball. Shaw's there, and Rodriguez very late to cover, and Shaw beat it. He got there first. So Schaefer is retired, and Shaw looked up, saw Eduardo Rodriguez not moving to cover right away, so he charges to the bag. And according to James Hoy, was able to get there first.
Yeah, Rodriguez became a spectator for a second, and that's going to cost him at first base. But right there, you see Travis Shaw hustling, and does he get there first? Yes. Some question in the Tampa dugout, but they decided not to challenge that, and that's the correct call.
One down here in the 6th inning brings up Kevin Kiermaier, 0 for 2 in the ball game. As he takes strike 1. Kiermaier has struck out swinging, flied out to left field. Kiermaier has now played in 142 games, of which he has started 123. All but 2 coming in center field. The other 2 in right field. 1-1 pitch. And a swing and a miss. That was in on the hands.
Yeah, Rodriguez has done a nice job against him so far tonight, mixing the pitches up, moving him inside, outside. Goes back inside this time with the fastball. He's got him set him up for a breaking ball away. Let's see what they do. Looks like he wants a fastball away again. That's how we got him last time, to fly out to left field.
Swing and a miss. Gets Kiermaier to strike out. That's 4 Ks now for Eduardo Rodriguez. It's time for Game Break, brought to you by Jordan's, the furniture store of the Boston Red Sox. Tom? Three to 1, Tampa Bay on top of Boston with 2 outs here in the 6th inning. As J.P. Arancibia bats for the 3rd time. He was struck out, singled. And takes the strike to even the count of 1-1. Arancibia with 5 home runs and 52 at bats at the major league level, being called up from AAA Durham. Changed his mind in the middle of that swing and is down 1-2.
A 95-mile-an-hour fastball down and away from Arancibia.
Eight of his 13 hits have gone for extra bases. 5 home runs, 3 doubles. And a fly ball struck well to center field, sending Bradley Jr. back onto the track, and it is caught out there on the warning track by Jackie Bradley Jr. to end the inning as a 1-2-3-6 for Rodriguez. 3-1 Rays. Products for building projects across the Northeast. Did you know FWWeb did that? Learn more about this proud Boston Red Sox sponsor at FWWeb.com. This call to the bullpen with the Rays on top 3-1 is brought to you by Kia. Eddie Romero into the game now for Tampa Bay. Been warming up last inning. Takes over for Chris Archer. 17th appearance, 0-1 with a 5.09 ERA. 25 strikeouts, 9 walks. And opponents hitting just under 300 at 299. Travis Shaw leading it off. And taking strike one.
We saw him down in Tampa Bay 5 different times. He's been called up to the big leagues this year. Has a very good fastball. First pitch at 96.
Fly ball out to left field. Brandon Geyer's out there for the first out of the bottom of the 6th inning.
Jerry Garcia was my big poppy, huh?
I guess it's his Grateful Dead night here at Fenway Park, among other things. One down here in the 6th inning. Rusney Castillo, the batter. Fouled off to the right, out of play. Action in the Red Sox pen. Heath Hembree warming. Here's Eduardo Rodriguez is done after 91 pitches and 6 innings in tonight's game. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
Slider that time, or a cut fastball, one of the two. See, between innings, Torey Lovullo telling Rodriguez his night is done.
Foul back to the screen, still 1-2.
It's like Rodriguez might have been trying to talk him into staying in the ball game for one more inning, but
one more.
I got one more in me.
Did a nice job of settling down after the 3 runs right out of the gate in the 1st inning. 1-2 pitch foul back. Eduardo's pitching line brought to you by his ticket. 6 innings, 6 hits, 3 runs, walked 2, struck out 4. On the hook right now as he departs. 91 pitches deep into his outing, and Heath Hembree warming in the pen. Castillo lays off a high fastball at 98 miles an hour. Strike 3 call, and that is strikeout number 1 for Romero. Kind of frozen there was Castillo. 2 down.
Now, for the most part, those pitches have not been called strikes tonight, but that one was. Fastball goes inside, a little bit off the inside corner, but the strike called. So Castillo 0 for 2 in the game, also has a walk. I did not agree with that last call, that's for sure.
2 down in the 6th inning brings up Brock Holt. 1 for 2 with an RBI single. Joe's bunt pulls it back and takes ball 1. He's driven in the only Red Sox run in the contest tonight. Single to center field with 2 outs. Back in the 4th inning scored Travis Shaw. On the ground up the middle, Forsythe, second baseman, a bobble and no throw. Brock Holt went across the bag and then fell forward, it looked like.
It's like Forsythe may have played that into kind of a bad hop. Let's take a look first at Holt at first base. He hits the front of the bag and then with that trail foot trips over the first base bag and head first slide. This Forsythe, I thought if he backed up on that a little bit, he might have been able to make it an easier backhanded play. Instead, he charges it, plays the in-between hop, and it pops right out of the glove.
That's a base hit for Brock Holt. His second hit of the game. 2 outs, a runner at first, and Ryan Hannigan the batter. Hannigan with the pitch running inside. 0 for 2 in the ball game. He's grounded out at third and struck out looking. That'll get away. The second base goes Holt. Back goes Aaron Sebia to gather it. And a pitch in the dirt from Romero.
Aaron Sebia tried to backhand that ball, and then it just caromed away from him, going toward that third base side. And Holt was thinking about going to third base, but rounds it hard and holds up at second.
So in scoring position now with 2 down as Holt taking second on the wild pitch. Inside again, 3-0. Brandon Gomes, a right-hander, warming in the pen now for Tampa Bay. There's a strike right at the bottom of the zone. Kevin Cash, first year as a manager of the Tampa Bay Rays, team that this year is 72 and 77. Half game better than the Red Sox heading into this series. 3-1 pitch. Hannigan takes strike 2. A little bit low, and Hannigan draws the walk. A 2-out base on balls. Red Sox have 2 on with 2 outs. Here comes Jim Hickey. The tickets for the 2015-16 Boston Bruins season are now on sale. Purchase your tickets by visiting bostonbruins.com or by using the Bruins mobile app.
Don, you and I were talking prior to the game about this homestand, and I mean, it's, you know, there's no prize for finishing third place, but the fact is, Red Sox have an opportunity. They have Tampa Bay, they have Baltimore on this homestand. The game and a half separates them and Baltimore from third place. So I mean, you know, for the way they've played over the last month, which has been pretty good, and they've played hard. That's the key. Is you'd like to see them get rewarded for that, you know, and I think it would mean something to them to be able to move up a couple of notches in the standings. I know you're not going to go to the playoffs. I understand. I get all that, but they've played hard. They really haven't packed it in, and so it'd be good, especially for the young players in this team, to see them, you know, get up out of the basement and possibly get into third place. I know it sounds silly, but I mean, to the players, it means something.
2 outs in the inning, 2 on. Jackie Bradley Jr. takes a pitch in the dirt. Well, no doubt these guys are going to play hard to the end with so many sort of auditioning here for their future.
Exactly.
Jackie Bradley Jr., one of those guys. 0 for 2 in the ball game tonight. He is flied out to center, grounded back to the mound. Top of the order, Mookie Betts waiting on deck. Red Sox batting here in the 6th inning. And a pitch in there for a strike. 2-1. Bradley thought about it, but takes a pitch down and in. Rockhold singled in the infield with 2 outs, took second on a wild pitch. Hannigan walked. Bradley fouls it back, full count.
Go Sox.
Go. And again.
Those earrings. Those are earrings, I guess, huh?
I didn't notice.
Didn't notice? How could you miss them?
3-2. He's on the ground right side. Charging in, Forsythe. The throw is in the dirt, and it is out at first base for the last out of the inning. All this does not matter because the out at first has been called here by James Hoy. The Red Sox may be disputing that on the throw by Forsythe. Loney able to dig it out. Nicely done for the out at first base, which would be the 3rd out of the inning. And Torrey does not have a challenge left. So it would have to be a crew chief challenge here because Torrey lost his challenge in the 1st inning. So off the field he goes, and that will end the inning here. The other umpires are conferring too. I'm not sure what that's about.
But there was also a play at the plate. I mean, had the runner been called safe at first base, there was a close play at home plate.
But he was called out. And that'll end the inning. So 4-3 on the putout that ends the 6th. We head to the 7th. 3-1 Tampa Bay. By Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Your local Subaru dealers. And by Sullivan Tire and Auto Service. Thank you, New England, for 60 great years. Now 3-1, the score remains. Tampa Bay on top of the Red Sox as we head to the 7th inning. This was very close at first base.
Yeah, it really was. You see Loney with the glove back instead of out because he's trying to play that hop. And apparently it just did get in that glove before Jackie Bradley Jr. got to first base.
Well, Brandon Guyer leading it off here against the new Red Sox pitcher. And pops it up mile high. Foul ground as Holt and Hannigan will watch this one go back into the seats. The pitcher is Heath Hembree into his 16th game. 1-0 with a 3.98 ERA. 12 strikeouts, 3 walks. Opponent sitting at 247 against Hembree. On the ground left side, deep in the hole, it's short. Bogaerts goes up in the air to make the throw, but no chance to get the speedy Guyer who beats it out, but a very good bid by Bogaerts.
That's about as good as you can make the play right there. You don't have a chance to plant and throw, so you got to get rid of it as quickly as possible. The Guyer hustling down that line all the way. Good stretch there by Shaw, but he'll beat it at first base.
No pinch hitter coming up here for Mikey Matuk as Grady Sizemore, former Red Sox outfielder, going to pinch hit for him here. 236, 6 homers, and 20 runs batted in. Another throw over, and back to the bag is Guyer. 10 out of 13 is Brandon Guyer. Held on by Travis Shaw, lead runner on here for Tampa Bay in the 7th inning. Guyer takes off, pitches low. The throw from Hannigan is not in time. Was in the dirt, and Bogaerts was able to pick it, and looked like the throw may have beat him, but apparently the tag did not.
Well, the throw was a little bit to the shortstop side of second base. Bogaerts was able to get out there, backhand the ball, and then come back with the tag, but I think he missed him. Ball bouncing off the grass. Now there's a sweep tag. I think he missed him right there, and the front foot got on the bag.
Tony Lavello has the option to ask the umpires for a crew chief review, but he is out of challenges. So Bill Welke has been asked to check with the crew chief, John Hirschbeck, to see if this should be reviewed or not, if John Hirschbeck feels like reviewing it. And apparently he will.
Now, on initial look, it looked to me like Xander got air when he was going for the tag.
First swipe.
Glove goes down, glove comes up, no tag yet, foot on the bag. The question is, did he come off the bag? And it's hard to see because Bogaerts' foot is right there. So it's tough to see if he came back off the bag and Xander had the tag on him. Maybe we'll get a better look from this angle.
Oh, I don't know.
I think he's safe.
Yep. I think he is too. We'll see though as they take a look.
I just can't tell if that foot came off the bag for a split second and Bogaerts had the tag on him.
Is there any shot that he got him there in the first swipe?
I don't think so.
No.
Unless he got the foot. It looks like all there to that point.
As it stands right now, Guy's got himself a stolen base, but we will see here. And nobody out in the 7th inning. Sizemore is the pinch hitter as they check this play out. Only a crew chief review. Torrey thinks he got him in the foot.
Yeah, I think he got the foot right away, and then there was the air, and then the re-tag. Well, we'll see. The umpires have got a decision.
Now he's out.
Oh.
Wow. So caught stealing 2-6 as it turns out. They felt he did get the foot.
He must have felt that, you know, with the glove that he got the foot. So it pays off for the Red Sox. Let's see. Does he get the foot right here first? He must have. I mean, from, you know, it's tough to tell from that angle.
So that clears the base paths. One out now in the 7th inning. Sizemore waiting on a 1-0, and he'll take it for ball 2. 2-0. Batting for Mikey Matuk here in the 7th inning with one away. Three and 0. There is action for the Rays in the pen. Alex Colomé limbering up. Sizemore will take ball 4 on 4 pitches. He's now on with a base on balls. Just one Nexium 24-hour day gives you all day, all night protection from frequent heartburn. Go to Nexium24hour.com for savings and pick up Nexium 24-hour at your local Stop and Shop. One out, Sizemore at first base, and Evan Longoria coming up. Longoria doubled in the first inning and scored, grounded out in the 3rd inning, and then singled to center field in the 5th. Throw over to check on Sizemore. Off the end of the bat, foul over by the Red Sox dugout, short of it. Time now to step into the judgment-free zone presented by Planet Fitness.
Well, we had 2 guys going to the plate, the base runner and the third base coach, Montoyo. I don't think I've ever seen a third base coach that close to the play at the plate.
He wanted to make sure himself.
I'm glad I wasn't the catcher. I wouldn't know who to tag. Okay, there comes one guy, here comes 2 guys. He almost went into a head-first fly.
Swing and a miss. Lunging after that pitch away.
Breaking ball to the outside part of the plate, ends up away from Longoria, but it's a tough pitch to lay off of.
Pretty hard slider at 90 miles an hour. And Longoria chasing it. Well, back out there again. And it doesn't go out there. Longoria goes to shortstop, though. Bogarts to second base. No, he throws it by Pedroia, and it goes by the tarp area. As Sizemore will be stopped at third, into second base goes Longoria. So instead of getting the out at second base, it's thrown away.
Yeah, very rare throwaway right there by Bogarts at shortstop. That's the range to his right. There's the release, and clearly not in the area where Pedroia can handle it. Xander picks up error number 9 on the season.
Infield in all the way around now for the Red Sox with one out. Runners at second and third. Logan Forsythe, the batter. Carl Willis on the phone to the pen as Hannigan goes out. The Bruins preseason continues on NESN Plus Thursday night. Get your first look at the Bees' new talent as they fight for roster spots. It's Rangers at Bruins in preseason action Thursday night at 7 on NESN Plus. Second and third with one out here in the 7th inning, and Logan Forsythe, the batter. He is singled to right, grounded out to short, and walked. Base hit to right in the first, produced a run in his 64th RBI of the season. Infield in all the way around. As that is going to miss for ball one. Tommy Lane up in the Red Sox pen. Framed by Hannigan. A little bit low, 2-0.
A pitch that Hannigan thought maybe he could have had a strike on as he brings it up just a little bit.
In the dirt, nicely blocked by Hannigan with that runner at third base, and Sizemore. As Hembree falls behind now, 3-0.
That ball hits right in front of the plate. Another good job back there by Hannigan.
Now they're going to put him on with first base open. And Forsythe headed down to first base on the intentional walk. Second walk of the inning. They'll be charged to Hembree, and they will go after Asdrubal Cabrera. As Carl Willis now heads to the mound. Tonight, after Red Sox coverage on NESN Sports Today, we'll have a complete recap of the Patriots' win over the Bills and share our first impressions from the Bruins preseason opener last night. NESN Sports Today is presented by People's United Bank. See what know-how can do.
Well, 4 runs total in the ball game, and it started back in the first inning. Gaia with the home run to start the game off. Longoria with a double to drive in a run in the first inning, and Forsythe also with a base hit to drive in a run off the glove of Travis Shaw. That's the 3 runs on the night for the Rays to this point. Brock Holt getting the base hit up the middle to drive in a run back in the 4th inning. That's the Red Sox run. So not a lot of runs in this game tonight.
Now one down, base is loaded here for Tampa Bay, trying to add to that run total. As Asdrubal Cabrera, who has reached on a fielder's choice, flied out to right, lined out to second base. 1 for 8 this season with the bases loaded. And a swing and a foul tip and a high fastball.
That ball just took off really on Hembree, up and away, and Cabrera chasing it. Not being very selective on the first pitch of the at-bat with the bases loaded.
Cabrera hits a fly ball to left field. And running over as the wind took it a little bit was Castillo. He ends up running behind third base, so no chance for Sizemore to even try it. 2 down.
Yeah, tonight's a little bit like April, isn't it? With the wind blowing in from center field.
Do that all the way back.
Throw it back quite a distance. I think even without the wind, it wouldn't have been deep enough to get the run home. But the wind kept pushing it back in more. And see right there, just waiting at third base.
Well, here comes Torey Lovello with 2 outs and the bases loaded, and James Loney coming up. He has Tommy Lane ready to go in the pen, the left-hander. And he'll make the change with 2 outs here in the 7th inning. The bases are loaded for Tampa Bay. Rays already on top 3-1. By Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Now back at Fenway Park, where the Tampa Bay Rays have a 3-1 lead, threatening for more here in the top of the 7th inning with the bases loaded. And now 2 outs as the Red Sox bring on left-hander Tommy Lane. 59th appearance of the year, 2-1. The 4.06 earned run average, 43 strikeouts, 23 walks. And opponents hitting at .239 against Lane. Got his 2nd win of the season on Saturday at Toronto. Entered in the 8th inning with the bases loaded. Red Sox trailing by 2 runs. Got Goins to ground out into that 4-2-3 double play and ended up with the win. As James Loney bats here with the bases loaded, hits a ground ball down to first baseman Travis Shaw. He'll take it to the bag, and on one pitch, Lane is out of the bases loaded jam. Let's take a look at the updated Red Sox box score. By DCU, TC and Tim Wakefield to preview Henry Owens' start against the Rays. DCU, Digital Federal Credit Union. What can DCU save you? Well, some changes here for Tampa Bay as Brandon Guyer moves from left field to right field, as Grady Sizemore stays in the game after pinch hitting for Mikey Matuk. New pitcher on for Tampa Bay is Alex Colomé into his 39th appearance of the year. 6-5 with a 3.77 earned run average, 82 strikeouts, 31 walks, and opponents hitting at 267 against Colomé. Top of the order, Mookie Betts lines one to right field, and that's going to get in for a base hit. And Guyer gets it back in. So a shift in momentum here as the Red Sox get out of the bases loaded jam, and now a little offense of their own here to begin the bottom of the 7th.
Yeah, maybe that's something that'll pick up the offense. You know, getting out of that bases loaded problem last inning, keeping it a 3-1 ball game. Then Betts jumps on the first pitch from Colomé and drives it to the opposite field for the base hit.
So lead runner on for Boston. Dustin Pedroia has been on twice tonight, a walk and a single, wrapped around a ground out to short. As he takes strike one, grabs the inside corner. Xander Bogaerts waiting on deck. Red Sox batting here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Colomé pitched yesterday for Tampa Bay against Baltimore. 34 losses this year, most in Major League Baseball. Alex Spear, the Boston Globe, checking in with that, and Penn has had their troubles for Jim Hickey and the Tampa Bay Rays. Went to it in the 6th inning after 5 innings from the starter Archer. There are 99 pitches in 5 innings worth of work tonight. On the ground up the middle as Cabrera dives. He will flip to second, and it kicks off the glove of Forsythe. Everybody's safe. Nice play to get there, but unable to shovel it over to Forsythe at second base.
Yeah, you're right. He did a nice job diving for the ball and getting into the glove, but then he couldn't get it out of the glove to get the force at second base. You see, he has to hold on to it. It's in the heel of his glove while he's sliding, and then it moved on him. It moved back up into the webbing, and that kind of threw everything off for him.
Two on, nobody out. Xander Bogaerts coming up. Xander grounded out to first base in the 1st inning. Struck out swinging in the 3rd. Struck out in the 5th, but reached on a wild pitch. In there for a strike. At times that has not been a strike tonight. Colomé has not allowed a run in 21 of the last 23 outings since the All-Star break, as David Ortiz waits on deck. Fouled off, 0-2. Red Sox blanket with you tonight on a chilly night from Fenway Park. It's definitely fall here in Boston. Two on, nobody out, an 0-2 pitch. Bogaerts drives it to deep left field. Back goes Sizemore at the wall. It is high off the wall. Betts will score. Pedroia is going to stop at third base. The throw homeward is off the mark. Red Sox get a run back. It's now 3-2. And that nearly got out of here.
Yeah, on a night where the wind was not blowing in, that would have been a home run for Bogaerts. Surely hit well enough and right at the top of the wall. Fastball gets the bat head out, thinks it may be a home run, but high off that left field wall. So with nobody out, Red Sox have been at second and third, now a one-run ball game. Looks like they're going to pitch to Ortiz, too.
With first base open. David takes strike one. Jim Hickey on the phone. And not had action in the pen. Three straight hits allowed here by Colome, and right now he's got Pedroia at third, Bogaerts at second, nobody out. In the dirt, 1-1. Mookie Betts got it started with a single to right field. Pedroia with an infield hit. Xander Bogaerts with a double high off the wall to make this a one-run game. Two and one. Double barreled action now for Tampa Bay. As Kirby Yates and C.J. Riefenhauser warming in the pen now. Colome has not recorded an out after taking over here in the bottom of the seventh inning. Swinging a foul tip, 2-2. Running away from David. Ready for another David Ortiz magical moment. That fan right there. 2-2 the count. Colome ready to work, working very deliberately. Ortiz grounds it up the middle. It is the shortstop Cabrera who throws to first. Run scores from third, and Pedroia, and this game is tied. So Ortiz grounds out and picks up his 99th RBI of the year and ties the game.
Let's look at the pitch sequence here on David Ortiz. He starts him with a fastball. Then he goes to a splitter. That's down and boxed in the dirt. Another splitter. Back to a fastball away. And the split-fingered fastball grounded up the middle. Nice play by Cabrera. As he dives, knocks the ball down, gets the out at first base, and keeps the potential go-ahead run from scoring.
So one out, tying run is or the go-ahead run is at third, and a fly ball to right field. Geyer is there, ready to make the catch. He does. Tagging at third is Bogaerts. Throw is way away, and Bogaerts will score to put the Red Sox on top, 4-3. Sack fly for Travis Shaw gets the job done and puts Boston on top.
From where the position where Geyer was, it looked like, this was going to be bang, bang at home plate, but you could see as soon as he released the baseball, it was going to be way, way off target. That ball went directly over first base.
So 2 down, 3 runs in here for the Red Sox, all charged to Colome. Base is empty now. And it brings up Rusney Castillo. Swing and a miss. Bat flying away. No contact, 0-1. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Headed downward.
And back-to-back sliders to Castillo to start him off. Quickly down, no balls and 2 strikes. This slider down. And well out of the strike zone.
Swing and a miss, and Castillo strikes out, but the damage done. Red Sox scored 3 times and take a 4-3 lead. News. Celsius delivers the year-round convenience of all-season tire plus winter weather safety on snow and ice. Visit ToyoTires.com to learn more. Toyo Tires, the official tire of the Boston Red Sox. 4-3. Red Sox have the lead here over the Tampa Bay Rays. As Tommy Lane on one pitch was able to get out of the bases loaded 2-outs jam in the 7th. Alexia Gondo warming up as Lane starts the inning. And he starts the inning by facing Richie Schaefer. 0 for 2 in the ball game, has been hit by a pitch. Schaefer found a fracture in his bat apparently, so goes to get a new one. Be sure to follow Nesson on Instagram today to see all things Red Sox and go behind the scenes at Bruins Media Day. Follow Nesson at Instagram.com/Nesson. Schaefer will take a ball. Like a pretty good pitch, and it is 1-0.
That curveball, it looks like it picks up the inside part of the plate, but called for probably being too high.
Swing and a miss. That one running away. Ball and a strike. Lane taking over Heath Embry, who went 2/3 of an inning. Gave up a hit, no runs, walked 2, one intentionally, and did not strike anybody out. Schaefer thought about it, lays off, and takes ball 2. 4-1 Blue Jays have the lead over the Yankees tonight. They're in the 8th inning at the Rogers Center. Blue Jays starting the night with a 2.5 game lead over the Yankees as they go head to head. 2-2. Hannigan thinking. Line to left center field, and this is trouble as it's off the bottom of the wall. Bradley plays it quickly and throwing the brakes on, and now throw to first base, and getting back just safely is Schaefer.
Schaefer not used to Fenway Park, and most ballparks you hit a ball like that, it's going to be an easy double. Not here. Well played off the wall by Jackie Bradley Jr. And then they almost had Schaefer at first base. There's the carom being played. The throw coming in. Pedroia really looks quickly to first base, but not quite in time to get Schaefer. Those are the surprises. You come in the Fenway and you hit a ball like that in a gap, and most places it's just an automatic double.
Lead runner on here for Tampa Bay in the 8th inning. Kevin Kiermaier, the batter. And a ground ball picked by Lane. He'll go to first base for the out. Had that gone through, it would have been a double play ball, I think. But Lane makes the grab on it to knock it down, and then goes to first base, and the tying run into scoring position now.
That's a tough play right there, because even if Lane comes up with it, it might be a double play.
So Torlavello going to make the change here with Alexia Gondo in the pen. 4-3 Red Sox right now. Analysis, our experts' weekly strategies and injury updates are sure to help you dominate the league this fall. Visit NESN.com/fantasy and start chasing that championship.
Well, let's take a look at how the Red Sox took the lead in this ball game. First with a couple of runners on. Xander Bogaerts goes high off the wall to bring in a run. Not missing a home run by very much. David Ortiz with the ground ball up the middle. Nice play by Cabrera at shortstop, but gets the out at first, but a run scores. Then Travis Shaw with the sacrifice fly out to right field. Not very deep in right, but a very poor throw home, and the Red Sox take the 4-3 lead.
Pinch hitter here is John Jaso with one out and the tying run at second base. Pinch hitting for JP Arancibia. And it's strike one from Alexia Gondo at 95 miles an hour. Gondo checks into his 60th game of the year. 2-1 with a 3.98 earned run average. 49 strikeouts, 24 walks. Opponents hitting at 238 against Gondo. And an inning and a third with a hit on Tuesday night at Baltimore. So it's been almost a week since he has worked. A right-hander in here. And of course at the back of the box is Jaso. Left by Gondo off the backside of the hill.
It's funny you watch that stance, and we've highlighted that many times in our games, and it's amazing how he keeps his balance.
Yeah, looks uncomfortable.
It does. But the key is not where you start, it's where you finish.
Down and in, and it's a ball and a strike. At second base, the responsibility of Tommy Lane, who gave up a single to Schaefer to begin the inning. Off the wall in left center field. He's now there after the ground out to the mound by Kevin Kiermaier. 1-1 to the pinch hitter John Jaso. High at 95. 2-1. 4 for 6 against Alexia Gondo in his career, and largely the reason he is pinch hitting here. Grounded foul and evens a count at 2-2. And the runner at second, the responsibility of Lane. That is Schaefer at second base with one out and a 2-2 pitch coming up here to Jaso. Fouled off to the left, out of play. Top of the order, Brandon Guyer waiting on deck. Driven to deep right field down the line, but heading foul.
That's the reason to this point they've been trying to keep the ball away from Jaso. He likes that ball middle in. Last pitch middle in, drives it a long way, but in foul territory.
Two-two pitch. And that is high. We'll see an 8th pitch in this at bat. First batter that Gondo faces in a battle here with John Jaso, the pinch hitter. It's been a battle all night. The Red Sox taking a 4-3 lead with 3 in the bottom of the 7th inning. And the Rays threatening here in the top of the 8th. And Gondo wants to talk to Hannigan. H.B. Hood salutes the Red Sox Foundation's commitment to 49 accredited charities throughout New England. Gene Machi up in the pen. Red Sox have already used Hembry, Lane, and Gondo. Relief of Eduardo Rodriguez, who tonight started with the first 6 innings. Payoff pitch coming up here to Jaso. And he fouls it back, protecting that outside corner. Double-barreled action as Xavier Cedeno joins C.J. Riefenhauser. Rays have already used Romero and Colome out of the pen tonight. Payoff pitch again to Jaso. And that is ball 4. What a battle there. 9-pitch at bat ended up walking him. So 2 on with 1 away here in the 8th.
That's another good pitch right there. Right? It looked like it had the inside corner. See where this pitch ends up. Looks like it had quite a bit of the plate.
First and second, 1 out. Brandon Guyer. He homered to lead off the ball game. Walked in the second, lined out to second in the 4th, and last time up reached on an infield hit. So been on base 3 times on the benefit of 2 hits. And Agondo taking too much time as he backs out. Schaefer at second, Jaso at first. 1 out in the 8th. In there for a strike. 0-1. Schaefer at second and Jaso at first with 1 out. In there for a strike. This time it is called to the bottom of the zone. 0-2.
Back-to-back sliders by Agondo to Brandon Guyer. And this one right about at the top of the knees.
Brady Sizemore waiting on deck. 1 out, 2 on here in the Tampa Bay 8th inning. Outside, ball 1. Just the second batter that Agondo has faced since coming in. A lengthy at bat by Jaso before he worked the walk. Agondo ahead here, 1-2. In the dirt, smothered by Hannigan. He started with Schaefer hitting a line drive off the base of the wall in left center field for a single. Kiermaier grounding back to the mound, but Schaefer took second before Jaso, the pinch hitter, pinch hitting for JP Arancibia, walked. So first and second, 1 out. 2-2 the count here to Guyer. Line to right field and a base hit. Betts charging in, and because he wasn't entirely sure, Schaefer was headed back towards second base thinking Betts may catch that, so he only gets to third, and the bases are now loaded with 1 out for Tampa Bay.
That's a little bit of a break for the Red Sox. Yes, it was a base hit, but the fact that the runner at second base, Schaefer, had to hold up to make sure it got through, he is unable to score. 5 pitches in that at bat and 5 sliders. To Gaia, he finally gets one and shoots it to the opposite field.
Well, the base is loaded with 1 out, and it brings up Grady Sizemore, trying to at least tie this game for Tampa Bay. Sizemore pinch hitting in the 7th and walked. That was against Heath Hembree. That was swing and a miss for strike 1.
Logano again with the slider. He's thrown a bunch of them this inning.
Strike 2. Back to the fastball that time.
And away from Sizemore. That's the one you kind of wish he would swing at, because that might end up in a ground ball right at somebody for a double play.
Career .338 hitter with the bases loaded. 3 grand slams for Grady Sizemore. Schaefer at third. Jaso at second. Geyer at first. 0-2 pitch. And a liner to left field. This is trouble down towards the corner. As scoring is Schaefer. Jaso behind him. 2 runs in for Tampa Bay as they recapture the lead on top 5-4. So Sizemore doubling with the bases loaded, and the Rays back on top again.
That's since coming into the game. Sizemore with a walk, and now the double, the drive in 2. Fastball away that time and well off the outside part of the plate, but Sizemore goes with it to the opposite field and down into the corner. Little bobble down there, but it didn't make any difference by Rusney Castillo.
Well, they put on Evan Longoria here with first base open. And Logan Forsythe will be the batter with the bases loaded and still just 1 out. So down to first base goes Longoria, and Torey Lovullo headed out to make the change here. With Gene Machi warming in the pen, that'll do it for Agondo. Rays have taken a 5-4 lead. Started with the first 5 innings for Tampa Bay. Brendan Guyer started the game with a bang. A home run, his 8th home run of the year. Red Sox Eduardo Rodriguez settled down after giving up 3 runs in the first to pitch pretty well in the next 5 as he goes 6 innings. As the Red Sox now trail the Rays 5-4 in a back and forth battle, and Rays still pressing here. The base is loaded and 1 out. New pitcher is Gene Machi. 22nd appearance without a record, a 5.03 ERA. Well, it's hitting at .224 against Machi. Logan Forsythe the batter, and he'll take ball 1. Forsythe on base 3 times in the game, singling in the first, walks in the 5th and 7th inning. In the 7th inning, he was intentionally walked. This time they intentionally walked Longoria to get to Forsythe. Red Sox have walked 6 in the game, 2 intentionally. And that runs inside, 2-0.
Slider, split fingered fastball, first 2 pitches for Machi.
Guyer at third base, Sizemore at second base, Longoria at first base with 1 out. Outside, 3-0.
Another splitter. So not a fastball yet for Machi.
Strike called, 3-1. Two runs in so far for Tampa Bay. 1 charged to Lane, 1 to Agondo. All the runners on the responsibility of Agondo. Fly ball hit well to right field. Betts going back. He'll backpedal to make the catch. Tagging at third and scoring is Guyer. Tagging at second and moving to third is Sizemore. And Tampa Bay ups their lead to 6-4 on the sacrifice fly to right field for Forsythe.
It certainly helped that Forsythe was able to get ahead in the count. That made him much more comfortable at the plate. He gets a pitch that he can deliver with a deep enough fly ball and get the run home. Fastball count, 3 balls, 1 strike, and the fly ball pretty deep out there in right field to Mookie Betts.
As Jubal Cabrera, the batter, 0 for 4 in the ball game tonight. 8th member of the Rays to bat here in the 8th inning. Red Sox have used 3 pitchers in the inning. Toronto has won tonight, beating the New York Yankees 4-2 at the Rogers Center in Toronto. So they will better their lead atop the American League East by 3.5 games now over the Yankees in that big series, going head to head. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. Second batter that Machi has faced since coming into the game. Runner first started towards second, and then stepping off was Machi.
Now Longoria had too good of a jump at first base. Watch him take off right there. Machi just steps off, which is a good thing because at least he didn't balk, and that run would have come home from third base.
He misses outside, 2-1. Kind of looking at the landing area there for Machi. On the ground, foul to the end of the Red Sox dugout. Six runs, 10 hits, no errors for Tampa Bay. 4 runs, 7 hits, an error for Boston. Red Sox came into this inning on top 4-3. Now trail 6-4. The Rays looking for more here in the inning. Two-two pitch. And that's in there for strike 3. So Machi able to strike out Cabrera, but the damage done. Rays take a 6-4 lead. And Perry is here as well at the ballpark watching the ball game today as we play here into the bottom of the 8th in honor of David Ortiz's 500th home run. Alltown will double their $500 donation to Boston Children's Hospital. Alltown is New England's premier healthcare convenience retailer. It's on to the bottom of the 8th inning. A change here. Battery change entirely here for the Tampa Bay Rays. And catcher Rene Rivera now into the game after Aaron Seabu was pinch hit for by John Jaso. Now Xavier Cedeno checking into the ball game. His 56th appearance of the year, 4-1 with a 1.85 earned run average, 39 strikeouts. Opponent sitting at 226 against the left-hander Cedeno. Understand there's also a new right fielder as Steven Souza Jr. takes over in right. And Geyer, who started the game in left, is now back in left. Brock Holt makes the 0-1 low and away, and it's 1-1. With a single and an RBI back in the 4th inning, drove in the first Red Sox run. There's ball 2, 2-1. More action for the Rays in the pen. Right-hander Brandon Gomes up. It is Holt, Hannigan, and Jackie Bradley Jr. scheduled to bat here in the bottom of the 8th. Red Sox now trailing by 2. Daniel falling behind here, 3-1. Colomé went an inning and at the time relinquished the lead to the Red Sox, giving up a total of 3 hits and 3 runs in the bottom of the 7th inning. Didn't walk anybody, struck out a batter, but not on the hook any longer. There's a strike, full count. In there for strike 3. Brock Holt strikes out for the first out of the bottom of the 8th.
Now, back before this game started tonight, of course, the celebration for David Ortiz's 500th home run. Son D'Angelo out there.
Now, David, what you have.
The mayor, Pedro Martinez, Jason Varitek, Tim Wakefield, Red Sox management.
On behalf of your teammates and the entire.
Nice ceremony prior to the ball game tonight.
One out in the 8th inning. Ryan Hannigan, the batter, as he takes strike 1. And again, grounded out to third base in the 2nd inning. Struck out looking in the 4th. Walked in the 6th inning. Oh, and 2. Again, didn't like it.
Looking pretty good breaking ball that may have caught the outside part of the plate. Quite a bit of the plate.
Bouncing in for ball 1. Chris Archer started this game tonight for the Rays. 5 innings, 3 hits, a run, walked 5, struck out 3. Hannigan fouls it straight back. Still 1-2. Jackie Bradley Jr. waiting on deck. Red Sox batting here in the home half of the 8th inning. Now trailing by 2. Swinging a foul tip held onto by Rivera for strike 3. Back-to-back case for Cedeno. 2 down here in the 8th.
Stay with a lot of breaking balls that time against Hannigan. Another breaking ball here that's going to be down and caught up in the dirt by Rivera. Tags Hannigan.
2 down in the 8th inning brings up Jackie Bradley Jr. 0 for 3 in the ball game from his number 9 spot. He's flied out to center. Grounded back to the mound, grounded out to second base. Well, look out, he gets hit. Well, tying run will be coming to the plate here for the Red Sox as Bradley is hit with 2 outs here in the 8th.
Tried to break off another curveball that time, and you can see it getting right off the elbow of Jackie Bradley.
Well, Kevin Cash out to make a change here as Cedeno is done after he hits the batter with 2 outs. It'll be Brandon Gomes coming in, 6'4", Tampa Bay. to the next hitter, which is Mookie Betts, and the new pitcher is Brandon Gomes into the game. His 58th appearance, 2-5 with a 3.16 ERA. And Betts drives it to left field. First pitch he sees, gets a base hit to left. Up to second base goes Jackie Bradley Jr., and here come the Sox with 2 down in the 8th inning.
Mookie's been on base 4 times tonight, 2 walks in his first 2 at-bats, and his last 2 is 2 singles. Looks like a little cut fastball that time that he's able to line into left field for the base hit.
Now Dustin Pedroia bats with 2 outs, 2 on. Tying run at first base right now for Boston. And Pedroia pops it up foul, backing out of play. Red Sox have action in the pen. Robbie Ross starting to warm. On the ground, a deep shortstop as Cabrera goes to first, and safe at first is Pedroia. Head first, slide into the bag, and no chance. Base is now loaded with 2 down.
Well, it seems to me like Cabrera had a much easier play at third base. Let's see if Longoria is at the bag. Yes, he is. And if he goes to third base, he's got the final out of the inning. Instead, he goes across the diamond, and it loads the bases for the Red Sox.
Wow, that looked like that play was right in front of him to make.
Yeah, I don't even know if he was looking in that direction or not. But if he was, that certainly was the play to make.
So base is loaded, 2 down, and Xander Bogaerts now the batter. Xander a double his last time up. Drove in a run. He'll take ball 1 low. Ten for 32 with the bases loaded in his career. Has never had a grand slam. Jackie Bradley Jr. at third base. Betts at second. Pedroia at first. Did he go? No, and the count is 2-0. There's a strike. 2-1. Gomes, the 5th pitcher used by the Tampa Bay Rays in the ball game tonight. David Ortiz waiting on deck. There are 2 outs though here in the 8th. Gomes trying to get out of this mess in the 8th with the Rays on top by 2 right now. Bogaerts getting time. Xander pops it up, foul ground. Should reach the seats and will. More action for Tampa Bay as Riefenhauser still up in the pen. He's been up at least 3 times in this game. David Ortiz waiting on deck. He'll be the guy. Gomes right now trying to deal with Bogaerts with the bases loaded, 2 down here in the 8th. Gomes ready with a 2-2 pitch. And Xander drives into deep left field. Back, and that ball is gone. Grand slam for Xander Bogaerts. Red Sox will take an 8-6 lead with 1 mighty swing of the bat for Xander Bogaerts.
Well, let's take a look at how Bogarts got to that point. A lot of sliders, back-to-back sliders to start him off. So he had a good look at him. Falls behind 2-0, then a fastball for a strike. Back to a slider that he fouls off, and another slider that he gallops out of the ballpark. So all those sliders he saw in that at bat, he was ready for one.
Seventh home run of the year, first career grand slam for Xander Bogaerts. Red Sox now on top 8-6. They have scored 7 times in the last 2 innings in this game.
We had that graphic earlier about the bullpen for the Tampa Bay Rays.
It has imploded tonight as Robbie Ross now getting ready for the 9th inning. 2-0 pitch. And Ortiz will take the strike.
Bogarts with 5 RBIs on the night.
Three and 1. All started after the back-to-back strikeouts of the hit batsman of Jackie Bradley Jr. And Gomes comes in, gives up 3 straight hits, including the grand slam, and now Ortiz with a big swing. Ortiz drives it up towards deep center field. Back goes Kiermaier towards the triangle, and he'll make the catch. No, drops it off the glove. Still bangs around out there, and Ortiz is to second base. He had it lined up at the wall, at the bullpen, and could not make the catch.
And Ortiz thought he had it lined up for a home run. He thought that was headed toward the bullpen. It was toward the bullpen, but Kiermaier goes back, puts the glove up, and just plays it off the bottom of the glove. Intimidated a little bit by the wall going out there at the bullpen area.
So a pitching change for the Rays with the Red Sox on top 8-6. Meyer dropping a ball out in the triangle area has added to this inning as Devin Marrero pinch hits for David Ortiz. At second base as Travis Shaw bats and takes a pitch down and away for ball one. C.J. Riefenhauser into the game. 13th appearance, 1-0, 7.36 earned run average. More walks than Ks. Is 1-0. Popped up. Foul ground as Rivera coming back. Won't have a play. Wynn pushing it into the seats. So Shaw with another chance. Shaw tonight's been aboard twice, a walk and a double, has a sac fly in the game. One pitch. Shaw off the end of the bat, foul. The 5 RBIs in the game tonight for Xander Bogaerts, a new career high for Xander. And part of those 5 RBIs, the 4 coming on the grand slam in this inning. Goes for third and Marrero, throw to third base, and he will be safe. Stolen base.
Good heads up base running, by Marrero, because as we say many times in this ballpark, with 2 outs, there's no guarantee you're going to score from on a base hit to left field. So if they're going to give it to you, you take it.
Throw beat him, but the tag was too high.
Got the knee in before the tag. That really should have been an out with a proper tag.
And they're going to challenge it. I don't know if he did get the knee in. He might have been out. Let's take a look.
Well, he's got the ball in plenty of time. Let's see if he does tag him. I think the knee got in.
Yeah, I think you're right.
One of the problems for Longoria on that particular play is the fact that he had to go so far because they're playing Shore to pull. And he was like in a full sprint going to third base, so he couldn't get there set up and make the tag. See where Longoria is, and then he has to just sprint to third base, so he's almost on the run when he makes the catch. Catch and then try to apply the tag. Been a night for replays, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. We've had quite a few. Had one in the first inning. 2 in the first inning, as a matter of fact. Yeah, both sides.
That was 9 hours ago.
No. Yeah, I think that knee got in there first before the tag that was high.
Yeah, I think you're right, Don.
Well, we've been wrong a lot.
Yeah, sure. I've been wrong tonight.
Yes.
Wrong every night.
And so far, they have not made a quick decision, which they continue to check out. Safe still. So the call not overturned. Challenge lost by the Rays. Red Sox have a base runner at third base with 2 down. First career stolen base for Devin Marrero. Pinch running for David Ortiz here in the 8th inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Travis Shaw, trying to get another run in here for the Red Sox. And Shaw fouls it back. Runner at third base, the responsibility of Brandon Gomes, who did not get anybody out. Faced 4 batters, allowed an inherited runner to score and 3 of his own. Bringing up the grand slam to Bogaerts. 2-2. Fly ball hit in the air to left center field. Headed back is Geyer to make the catch on the edge of the track that ends the inning. Xander Bogaerts with a grand slam has given the Red Sox an 8-6 lead. Lead as we head now to the top of the 9th inning. And the Red Sox closer lately, Robbie Ross Jr. into his 51st game of the year, 4 out of 6 in save opportunities for Robbie Ross Jr. Opponent's hitting at .253 against a left-hander. James Loney to lead it off here for the Rays in the 9th inning. Fly ball down the left field line, making its way foul. Loney in the ball game tonight, 0 for 4. Flying out twice, grounding out twice. On a strike. Ross got his 4th save at Toronto as he gets back-to-back saves for the Red Sox against the Blue Jays. On Saturday and Sunday is a swing and a miss here, 1-2. Trying to make it 3 days in a row here that he has picked up a save. Converting his last 4 save opportunities. Evens up at 2-2. Richie Schaefer waiting on deck, and then Kevin Kiermaier expected here in the top of the 9th inning for Tampa Bay. Fouled off to the left, out of play. Here's Kiermaier, dropped the ball. That ended up being costly on the play out there in the triangle on David Ortiz. Marrero ended up, the pinch runner, ended up being left at third base. Shaw flied out to end the inning. Two-two pitch. And it's down low, full count. Loney drives it out towards left center field, and from center comes Jackie Bradley Jr. for the first out of the ninth.
Now, we talked about the positioning earlier in the ballgame against James Loney. Same thing here. They're shading him to the opposite field, and it became a very easy play for Jackie Bradley Jr. Look where he's set up. And even though this ball's slicing away from him, still makes a very easy catch out of it.
One down here in the ninth brings up Richie Schaefer. High drive, deep left field, a ball that is crushed and out of Fenway Park. Schaefer with his fourth home run gets the Rays within a run. It's now 8-7.
I can see why the Rays like Schaefer. I mean, he's got that kind of power. Gets a fastball here from Robbie Ross, middle in. And I call that more of a line drive home run. I mean, it's like rising as it gets out of Fenway.
Now Tim Beckham coming up here to pinch hit for Kevin Kiermaier. He's trailing by a run now. It is 8-7. And that one low and in. Beckham cleans out a fastball. I think Bill Titus got the wrong end of that one. Hot shot over there, 1-1. Ground ball left side. Bogarts to the backhand. His throw is going to be in time. Nice play. Xander doing it all tonight, offensively and defensively.
I think that time he almost got caught in between on deciding which way to play that ground ball. That's what it looked like to me. You'll see him start off going to his left, then he goes to his right. He backs up a step, plays it on the bounce, and then the off-balance throw to first base to get Beckham for the out.
Two down in the ninth inning now. Steven Souza Jr. batting for the first time. Took over in right field. And he takes strike one. He's got power. 15 home runs. Represents the tying run here in the ninth. Strike two. The 0-2 pitch. Inside. Didn't miss by a lot. 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Gets a piece, stays alive. Fastball from Ross. In the air, foul, off to the right, out of play. Ross giving up a 1-out home run to Richie Schaefer. With the Rays a little bit closer, but gets Beckham to ground out. Nice defensive play by Bogaerts, and now trying to finish it off ahead of Souza Jr. here, 1-2. Hey, struck him out, and the Red Sox win. Interesting in the ninth inning, no doubt. But the Red Sox able to hold on to win 8-7 and take the first game of this series against the Tampa Bay Rays. Let's take a look at our Toyota play of the game. First Grand Slam ever for Xander Bogaerts. Red Sox went from trailing 6-4 to going on top 8-6 with one swing of the bat by Bogaerts, as the Red Sox hold on and win this game 8-7 for Xander, a career high 5 RBIs in the ball game tonight from Fenway. We'll step aside and come back with more from Fenway Park right after this.